Greetings, everybody. Welcome and happy Saturday. It is time for more Bond action. I'm pretty excited. Today's Hopper Copper, Goaty, welcome. Lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, and everybody else, of course, also welcome. Hope you're all doing fine. This Saturday morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is from where you're watching. I've for once not had to sleep in all Saturday morning, so I should be good to go. We'll see. I don't know. I still took it pretty slow and relaxed today, but that's neither here nor there. We are going to continue. We're picking up from where we left off on Wednesday, when we took our first glance at License to Kill, the 7th game, the 7th mission in James Bond. Chronological exploration of James Bond 007 computer and video games. And it's been an exciting and interesting journey so far, I'd say. It's been, we're trudging through the depths of microcomputer jank, but, I don't think there's been a single game so far that's been, devoid of interesting stuff. And, it's cool to see, granted, we're already by 1989, in terms of just timeline and, what you might expect of a computer game or video game. But we're still, early enough, at least in the context of Bond games, that pretty much every game has a very different approach from the previous ones, with the exception of 2 text adventures, which were, basically the same. There's certainly no established formula for what a Bond game should be or even could be, really. And as such, I think each new game, for all of their issues, for all of their weirdness, offers something fresh and interesting. And, there's always something to appreciate. There's always something to make you feel that, whether or not this game is good or entertaining or fun or, however frustrating it might be, it's still offering something new. It's offering a fresh perspective and a different take on what a Bond game can be. And we'll see how long that holds up. I think we will honestly continue to kind of see that up until we reach the point of, there's a pretty hard transition, I would say, between it's pre-GoldenEye and post-GoldenEye. And I feel like I'm equally referring to the movie as I am to the game, because I think you could say the same thing for the films, really. I feel like there's obviously plenty of differences between Pierce Brosnan and Daniel Craig in terms of their acting performance, in terms of the style and tone of their films and all that. But I still feel like there was a somewhat significant gap in time, but also in, culture? I don't know. Between Timothy Dalton and Pierce Brosnan. And whereas, the shift sort of from Brosnan to Craig was more of a... more comparable to the sort of shift from Connery to Roger Moore, I guess, if we have to make some kind of comparison. But of course, in terms of games,
unspeakable horror awaits you.
What is up, Atomic Runner? 32 months of unspeakable horror. It's more or less 3 millennia. That sounds about right. Gonna have to check in on our Q Branch research funding initiative to see how that contribution adds to that, but we'll get to that in a minute. Thank you very much, Atomic Runner, for your continued support. I greatly appreciate it. But as I was saying, of course, GoldenEye, License to Kill was 1989, and the next film was GoldenEye in 1995. And if you think about video games and computer games and technology, now there were Bond games in between that gap. Not that many. Not many based on films, but a lot happened in between then. And obviously, GoldenEye itself was a very successful game, and it stands to reason that it influenced what would come after it. But I also think, looking at games in general, especially if we consider the fact that many of the early Bond games were these European computer games, but even within the console space, like by the time we get to the late 90s, there's a lot more kind of consolidation beginning to happen in what you would expect of like an action game. Not every Bond game is a first-person shooter post GoldenEye, but there's more than a few of them, right? And even the ones that aren't seem to inherit a lot of things, maybe not specifically from GoldenEye, but at least from the established template of what a 3D action game should be. Now, of course, a lot of those games are going to be intermixed with Java phone games, which obviously are going to be a bit different. But I think the early era of Bond games will be the kind of experimental era, and once we reach, again, like, pre-GoldenEye is going to be a lot all over the place. Even the couple of sort of side-scrolling platformer shootery type games are gonna be a little bit different from each other. And then from GoldenEye onwards, it's gonna be a little more, I guess I wouldn't want to say homogenous, but a little sort of funneled down. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of variety, plenty of ups and downs in quality, although you could argue that probably the average level of quality is going to be increasing significantly. The average level of like approachability from the, as a 21st century video game player. Plenty of reasons to be excited and to look forward to that for sure. And you could argue that going into the experience of playing these early games, it's a matter of going in with a degree of optimism and the framing of the experience in a way that is conducive to having a good time. Looking for the things that are there to appreciate. But having said that, like, I always try to have that attitude with anything, right? But I've been pretty impressed so far with all the games, like even the ones that are the most infuriating nonsense, that there is cool stuff to enjoy about them. And I think we've done a decent job of, like, engaging the games on their own terms for long enough before, reaching a point of saying, fuck it, let's just use cheats, let's use walkthroughs, let's use trainers, let's use guidebooks, whatever. If only to avoid, I don't know, pain and suffering. And yeah, I mean, with games having been what they are so far, I think we're like, there's still plenty left, but we're a decent chunk into that stretch of weird European computer games. And I hate to say it hasn't been that bad, but it hasn't been that bad. What I mean by that is, like, I don't want to go in with the assumption that it's going to be a bad time. I think European microcomputers and microcomputer games get a bad enough rap as it is, without having to exaggerate and sort of fan those flames. But I was certainly going in, not necessarily expecting them to be bad games, but more about expecting it to be a kind of abrasive experience. But I mean, The Living Daylights, we managed to get a good chunk of the way into the game. It was a satisfying experience, kind of improving and learning and figuring things out. We hit a brick wall eventually, but with these Amiga games and Commodore 64 games and whatnot, I always kind of expect that brick wall to be immediate, for the game to start at a brick wall. And License to Kill, we made it to the final stage in our first, 2 hours with the game. So I wouldn't say that I'm confident that we're going to beat it today, but I'm feeling pretty good about at least developing reasonably consistent strats to get to the final stage with, some extra lives. And we haven't even looked at the other versions. For all we know, the CPC version, the Atari ST version, the Commodore 64 version, they might be easier, they might be harder, they might be all different. But I think what I would like to do is still go back to the Amiga version. Maybe see if we load up a different dunk with a trainer, just to kind of see if we get a cool crack throw and investigate what options we have for a trainer, whether we use it or not. Because I feel like the game is very beatable. There are two issues right now as I see it, and we'll go over this as we kind of get into the game. The game has, according to its own documentation, 6 levels. I would argue it's more like 5. And the second stage is like the real challenge. That's the one stage that's actually difficult. But I've got a pretty good handle on it. But it has the most infuriating controls, for sure. But we also had a lot of weirdness going on with the second to last stage. I beat that stage the first time I tried it. I sort of figured out what I was supposed to do. I was able to do it. We did it. And when I tried to do it 2 more times, I did, to the best of my knowledge, do exactly what I was expecting. Like, I did what I did the time when I finished the stage, but the two other times I did that thing, it did not complete the stage. It failed me, so I had to do it over, and I have no idea why. So hopefully we can get some clarity on that. But because I literally only had the one life, the one attempt at the final stage, I didn't have a lot of room for kind of exploration trying to figure stuff out. So it's impossible to tell at this point whether the final stage is actually impossible or humane or anywhere in between. But I'd like to explore that. And if possible, it'd be cool to beat the game. But whether or not we manage to get through the Amiga version legitimately, we're certainly going to make sure that we see the full thing. I'm sure there's going to be some trainer that's going to help us cheat our way through the final stage, if it ends up being necessary. But I would also definitely want to take a look at some of the other versions of the game to see how they differ. Because so far, as you would expect, games that are on the Amiga and C64 and the Amstrad CPC, just due to the hardware differences, are likely to not be identical. So we'll see what kind of differences may exist between these versions. But enough gigantic full screen talking. Let's hop on over here. So, let us catch up with a little bit of data, a little bit of information on what it is we're doing here. Although, actually, let me first double check. Yes, this appears to have functioned correctly. The Q Branch research funding status was at 15,600 before I started the stream, and the funds from Atomic Runner's sub appear to have been added correctly. That is a relief. Some weirdness going on last time. But we are here, of course, to play License to Kill, based on the film of the same name. I figured, because not everyone was around to watch the movie with us together. Some of you may not have seen it before. Some of you may have been a little bit rusty, out of the loop, whatever you might call it, on what this film is and what's in it. Why don't we watch the trailer for this movie again? Because I'm actually curious, too, to just see in the trailer how many of the scenes from the game are featured even in the trailer. Half of the game's 6 stages depict the opening scene of the film. And there's some pretty major stuff that's like not in the game, but the scenes that are in the game are at least based on film, like pretty faithfully, or at least like it's clear what they're building off of. So let's check out the trailer and then check back in on this box description of the game, which I've found out is maybe not entirely accurate, which I guess is a recurring thing here. All right, let's check it out.
I want you to know this is nothing personal. It's purely business.
Killing me won't stop anything, Sanchez! See you in hell!
This private vendetta of yours could easily compromise Her Majesty's government.
You're going after Sanchez, aren't you? Are you crazy?
Make a sound, and you're dead.
That's
Your
it.
license to kill is revoked.
Alright,
Effective
the
immediately.
divers with the harpoons, that's in the game.
In my business, you prepare for the unexpected.
Alright,
Problem
that's kind of in the game with the tanker trucks.
I'm more of a problem eliminator.
This is in the game, of course. For about, well, I was gonna say for a couple of seconds. It's actually technically a whole level with the water skiing. Bar Brawl, sadly not in the game.
This is where it ends, Commander.
He's got to be stopped.
This is, yeah, that's in the game. You grab Sanchez's plane. This is a pretty sick trailer, and the movie's great too. Like, it doesn't tell you anything, you just get extremely pumped about watching the most insane Bond movie. Oh, it's pretty sick. Verdito, Sangream. Greetings. Shoulder Iguana. Yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be nice. Only played with the DOS version. Yeah, I think I might have that. Like, I did a lot of the preparation for all of this months ago, so I don't have everything, like, fresh in memory. I'm pretty sure I would have been able to grab the DOS version. The thing is, though, like, maybe we can get around to taking a look at it, but I have the sneaking suspicion that the DOS version is going to be very similar to the Amiga one, but with, like, worse audio and arguably possibly worse graphics, because that seems to usually be the case. I mean, it depends in some situations. It's more about like which version was made originally. There's some DOS games ported to the Amiga that may have you know, had some compromises, but the opposite is equally true, I think. Hoffman, Soldier, greetings. I mean, I wouldn't mind checking it out, but I think it's probably not going to be a priority, and I'm not sure it's, like, in the grand scheme of things, it may not be necessarily worth the effort. Certainly not trying to play through it, but who knows? If I have it, getting it up and running in DOSBox, probably not too complicated. Although I guess I'd have to do some joy to key messing around too, because I probably would not want to play it on a keyboard. But whatever, we're going to worry about that when we get there. Let's take a look at the game info here. Some jams back here. License to Kill. For a whole bunch of different computer platforms. Developed by Quixel. I think there's one or two ports that were handled by some other company. They seem to have been like the main developer for all these versions. License to Kill is a multi-level, multi-role game. You take the controls of helicopters, boats, and tankers. Perform some death-defying parachute stunts and take to the seas for a spot of barefoot water skiing. But first off, that's not really accurate, is it? There are helicopters, there are boats, and there are tankers in the game. I guess you fly the helicopter in stage 1. I'm pretty sure you never take control of a boat. Because you're just swimming, and then you harpoon the plane for some water skiing. And you drive the tanker truck in the final stage. The death-defying parachute stunt, I suppose, is referring to the fact that Bond parachutes out of the plane at the end of stage 2? Stage 3, I guess? I mean, death-defying is in the eye of the beholder, I suppose. It's not the most egregious description we've seen on a box. You know, like the Live and Let Die box that's talking about the Norwegian fjords and the Middle East and Florida, neither of which are locations that are featured in the game because the game just has one level. That was pretty cool. Steady aim and steady fire is needed. Shoot from the hip and take out the baddies. Action-packed and closely follows the latest adventure, the world's best-kept secret agent, and the brand new and most exciting movie of them all. I mean, aiming certainly is an issue. The controls for the on-foot level, singular, mind you, are kind of absurd. But I was able to kind of get the hang of it. So that's the kind of interesting thing, too. They do accurately describe it as a multi-level, multi-role game, as in the kind of ocean style of different gameplay and different levels. Except it's all like done in a top-down, vertically scrolling style. But it definitely gives you the impression of being like a kind of a run-and-gun game with some vehicle levels. But it's more like a vehicle... Well, I was gonna say vehicle game. I guess every level is kind of different. But there really is only one level where you walk around and shoot your gun. But that's a good thing, because that level is by far the hardest. Box instructions should strike readers' attention. Inaccuracy doesn't matter. I don't think that's true. Like, you know what? You can't say that the box should just, like, describe an awesome game and then it's not accurate to what the game is at all. I don't know if I can entirely get behind that. I mean, depending on what it is, like, it could be innocuous in a way that's kind of funny and interesting. But it's a little bit peculiar when you see descriptions that, like, clearly do not match the game.
Awaits you.
Goaty with more Cure Branch funding. And also, another month's subscription. 43 months. Your ice skull is it's not long for this world. Thank you very much for the support. Brunan G, greetings. We'll get to some hydration. Let's not overhydrate, but I appreciate the reminder. Let's see. Yeah, we are then at 16,100. We're creeping dangerously close here to the goal. I say dangerously because I need to do a bunch of research before we can get started on this secret mission. But when the goal is reached, the details on secret mission number 1 will be revealed for sure. But I think that is enough of a preamble. Let's boot up the old Amiga and get our license to kill. Although I guess more accurate to the film would be to get our license to kill revoked. Although, following the plot of the movie, we will actually still have our license to kill for at least the first half of the game. It doesn't... Bond doesn't have to hand in his badge and his gun until some ways into the movie. Dino, please, what's up? The Bond's name, game's name? Are you having a stroke, or I mean, it's all good. It's all good. Game's name? Yep. I was gonna say something, but now I got all confused. I got my words all jumbled up. Anyway, what's up, dude? Let me just boot up my Amiga here. Yeah, you've impacted the cognitive ability of streamer here, but that's fine. I'm a pro streamer. We'll get this sorted in no time. Let me just select my disk image. Yeah, so we used our non... the disk image that didn't have a weird cracker team suffix here. So let's pick another disk image and see if we get a cool crackdro and see what kind of trainer options we get. We'll still go into the game without cheats because I think we do have a shot at actually completing it, but I'm still interested to see what kind of options we have. Yeah, we've got the whole plethora, the whole the word palette, I guess, of skull colors. Let's see, game ports. the USB gamepad. And I think that's all we need to set up. Capture, please. There we go. I don't know why that was... Why is this... There's no audio. We'll get there. Streamer, can we add an extra 0 so that it says mission 007? I mean, it kind of goes against my principle of consistency and everything, but special request from Purple Skull, like yourself, matching the name and everything. Sure, why not? Let's see if we can get that organized. There we go. So should this be 007 out of single 050? I'm not sure. I don't want to think about it too hard. All right, so let's... If I can use my surgical precision for my mouse here. Unlimited lives. Right mouse button. Oh, that's a fancy little animation. Can't believe there's no music for the Cracktro, though. Oh, yeah. Let's, well, we'll start the timer when the game's loaded up, I guess. I think I had one other version with a different crack. So we'll try that maybe later, and like if we decide, well, whatever, we'll load that one up and see if we get a cool Cracktro. Cracktro without music, scarcely a Cracktro at all. Haha. Well, we get the full Amiga experience at least. We got a Guru Meditation. Sick. Well, you know, why don't we just try the other one then? I guess quick start. So let's try. That was the band. Let's try the one from QTX. And okay, but I guess I should. Yeah, I guess you should. What's the difference between reset and restart? Let's just restart the whole thing. I see, and it's capturing the wrong window, but there we go. I still have the original disk image that we used last time. That should work fine. So if for whatever reason neither of these will boot up properly, we'll just go back to the vanilla version. Just nice to know, like, I like having the trainer as like a safety net to be able to kind of get through and do a little bit of sightseeing and see the entirety of the game at least. See if this there's no like, yeah, okay. Well, this one didn't have an intro or of any kind. We're gonna get some music here. Actually, let me check my Windows volume mixer. I guess it's probably loading because it's... Yeah, there we go. And it's, of course, omega loud. I have lowered to about 2% volume, and that's better. Well, it's a digitized photo. The Walther PPK is a very small gun. But it's a photo, so it looks pretty nice too, I have to say. Quality Amiga bombed jams. So what we're seeing in the background here is stage 1. In stage 1, we are flying in via helicopter. Bond, as well as Felix Leiter, have been basically picked up on the way to Felix's wedding. Just do a little quick secret agenting. Or forget, I guess it's like Brand Bush is there, right? And he's in the helicopter. They join in on this raid on Sanchez's compound or what have you. Sanchez has like basically they have the once in a lifetime opportunity to snatch Sanchez because he's like out of hiding for once somewhere where they have jurisdiction. So they fly in with helicopters, and then there's a little on-foot section, and then spoiler alert, Sanchez is gonna get away. So we have to use the helicopter again to grab his plane. It's a pretty sick opening scene. Anyway. Let's... The Amiga fade out. So say, I don't know why, but that always like gets me pumped. Oh yeah, we can start the timer. Because it's just like, I guess it has to load and whatever anyway. You can take your time, do some fade out. All right, so in this stage, you can control your speed and your altitude, but controls are completely fucked. So in order for it to like at all function, you have to make sure not to press up or down, really. Technically, like, it controls both your altitude and your speed, but it does so in like this really awkward way that makes it both easy to fly into stuff. Oh, there we go. We completed this stage. But also, you start like the game starts scrolling way slower. You get hit by more bullets and shit. The Jeep is supposed to be like that Sanchez in the Jeep. You can completely ignore it. All right, now we're in for the kind of impossible thing. All right. The aiming is inscrutable. Alright, let him run off. Set the aim to straight right. Take out the Jeep. Here we go. There we go. This whole stage... Okay, I have 1 or 2 hits left. But at least the Jeep will not respawn. The stage is all about triggering dudes to just run away. And getting fucking stuck on scenery. Howlin' Mad Mike, ratings. Her secret agent is not very stealthy. Well, he is currently engaging in a assault on a drug lord compound, so I'm not sure stealth is of the utmost importance in this particular instance. There we go. There we go. Make him run away. So now we can set my aim. There we go. There we go. And it's pretty intense, so it's kind of hard for me to read chat. Yeah, bullets are fast, and all the enemies basically fire with, like, more or less random timing. And when you press the fire button, you go into aim mode. You hold a button, and you can aim left and right. When you let go, you shoot. And if I press a direction without the button, I start walking. But I can also go into aim mode and immediately start walking to kind of cancel my shot. So I have to stand still for a little bit to get the shot to come off, and that can be a liability, to say the least. Stuff like that can happen, but that was kind of my bad for not remembering. Reload.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Dino, gifting horrors left and right. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, the aiming is like simultaneously slow and clunky, but also the cursor kind of moves so fast that it's like if you have to make actual adjustments to your aim, it's really difficult. I'm trying to trigger. Also, the collision is like super precise, where both Bond himself. and bullets will just get kind of stuck on corners and shit. But you have to really just be kind of slow and strategic and get it right, which can be really satisfying. Enemies cannot blow up oil drums, by the way. There's so much of that stuff. Just... Oh boy. Alright, but this is kind of one of the trickier parts of the stage. After this, it's going to be much easier. Alright, I can take out this guy. See... I reloaded. You couldn't hear from the audio because... there were so many gunshots happening. Alright, I'm gonna say we're relatively safe to try and adjust my aim. Because you really don't want to have to try to do that while being shot at. Case in point. And the collision is like... You can get hit very easily, but it's not so easy for you to hit anything. Except getting stuck in the environment. But this is definitely the hardest level. It seemed a lot more impossible where I kind of got a little bit more of a hang of... He's stuck in that place because I scrolled the screen into a very kind of awkward position. Scroll it just a little bit further, he probably would have kept running. Oh, I reloaded and you can't move while reloading. This is a shit attempt right now. But I might as well see it through because I need to... kind of memorize more of the level. Anyway. The bullets, I don't know if you caught that, but the bullets' position are relative to the screen and not to the world. So when the screen scrolls, the bullets move. So it's like really hard to dodge. Not bad. And the ammo pickups can obscure bullets in a way that's kind of not great. At least the limited ammo mechanic is not like... doesn't really cause a lot of problems. Oh yeah, I don't think you can really hit that guy in between crates. Yeah, I love when they run away and fire backwards, sometimes with like full machine gun rate of fire. I thought I had one more hit. I wasn't looking at... There's like so many things you have to look at once. The first screen is the hardest in the level, by the way. Sometimes that guy just stops there. No, I can't. Oh, yeah, if you walk downwards, you aim... You aim at the same, like, horizontal angle, but downwards. There's, like, no rhyme or reason to how many bullets get shot and when. Wow, even that guy starts running. Huh. Yeah, taking 2 hits here is not great. And yeah. You can see their little shadows and their feet. But if they're not shooting at you, they're, like, too far away for you to shoot them also. See, like this guy. Oh, I actually could hit him. Usually that's not the case. That's interesting. So trying to shoot and then quickly walk away can quite easily lead to accidentally just aiming to the side instead. Yeah, the controls here are not ideal. Ugh. They don't have much health. I mean, they die in one hit. Yeah, I mean, it would be pretty awful otherwise. I mean, it's arguably still quite awful. Load. Of course. So hard to hit. Nice guy. Reload. A lot of times it's worth just wasting a couple of shots to get the reload while you're safe. But I thought I had more bullets. Like, that's the thing overall in this game. Like, the pace and everything, like, everything happening makes it nigh impossible to, like, look at your HUD. Alright, we're past the worst for sure. But I think we die on the next hit. Oh, the scrolling! Alright, well done, James. Made it to 001 status. I like that this game, correctly makes 007 the highest rank on the high score table. I mean, we get the bootleg You Only Live Twice. Which is a strange choice, but here we are. Well, for a warm-up attempt, not great, not terrible. I was hoping I'd have a better tension on the necessary skills. Oh, that's right, you have to actually manually go find the... Of course the inputs are, like, laggy. You have to hit enter manually to end the high score table. Okay, this is interesting. Didn't happen in the other image. Maybe we'll try... Okay, that's fine. I was gonna say, because this one also not only did it not have a crack throw, it didn't have a trainer either. I still have some hope that we can get through it regardless, but it would give a nice little bit of insurance. We can dig into that later if need be. Yeah, the game is very uneven. Like, Stage 2 is not only the hardest, but also the longest level by far. Stage 3 has a time limit of like 2 minutes, but I usually complete it in like 15 seconds. I'd show off more of the mechanics in this level, but then I'd probably die, so... Try to avoid those bullets. And here's the end of the level. Jump. And as you jump out of it, like, you can't get hit, so... Alright, I need to get the guy on the left to run out of the way as quickly as possible, hopefully not getting shot in the process. My aim is going to default to this part, like, straight to the left. some reason, the Jeep, like, stays exploded in between lives. I don't know why that is, but I'll happily take it. Nice. I don't think in all of my attempts last time, I'm not sure if I ever got it, like, take out the Jeep on the first life and not take any damage. Like the ideal. Reload. Part's the worst. Try staying behind cover. There's gonna be some stray bullets. Let them run away. Take cover. Nice, okay. I thought for sure I tried scrolling. Bond's worst enemy, apparently. Dude, it's like the bullets are fucking homing. Oh, holy shit. I took like 3 hits there. 4 hits, maybe. Of course he sniped me. Hey, what's up, man? I was just saying that, like, that started off with, like, the perfect, like, beginning of the stage. Accidentally aimed. Stop very carefully. You just need so much luck with, like, the timing. Like, clearly the timing of their shots is so random that there's no pattern to it. And whenever they do shoot, sometimes they shoot, like, 5 bullets, and you don't have any sort of iframes or downtime. And it's like, you can't react to it, you can't really predict it. Best you can do is try your best not to put yourself in a vulnerable position. I guess maybe what I could consider here is, like, if there's a way to... there we go. Take out more of these guys in a way where it's less likely that they'll be shooting at me while the screen is scrolling. Or maybe even just like... Alright. I want to see if I can hit the barrel. That does kill him. Nice, okay. Slow and steady. There's a bonus score for completing the level quicker, but there's no actual time limit. Yeah, that guy's likely to shoot while running, so... Well, likely. He can do it, and that's bad enough. Oh, I got hit 3 times there. I'm not even sure if I saw all those bullets were. Here, I'm better off just going through here. Creating a little here line of sight. Kind of hard to see. Ah, okay, I got stuck on the wall there. Reminds me of Rambo for the MSX. Yeah, I don't think you were the first person to say that. I reloaded, so I got stuck in place. It's so infuriating, like, consistently getting good starts, and then, like, dying. Like, that's the thing, like, it's so... It can go downhill very quickly. Very unfair. Still is satisfying when things go your way, but they just somehow did not get hit there. They just don't go your way very often. Yeah, but it's nice when you can kind of catch them running away. Like, usually it's not worth the risk. But I guess you do have to fight these guys later on, otherwise, i.e. here. Nice, okay. Let me know, let's just go here, take it slow and steady, get the aim right. You have to, like, pre-program Bond's aim. Lest you be stuck in the unfortunate situation of having to aim in the middle of an actual shootout. Scrolling! Could have just tried to run past it. That's kind of what I was trying to avoid, though. Got him. Dude! Okay, Windows just took over my mouse for some reason, and I lost control over the Amiga for a crucial half-second. Somehow, I got through it. But yeah, basically, I think if I let guys run away, they run into, like, this spot right here. So you have to be a little bit tactical about which guys you let run away. Because they don't, like, forfeit. They kind of just reposition. Okay. All right. Oh, I see. My printer decided it was a good time to update its software. That's why my Amiga didn't respond. You know, of course. You know, yeah. There's a couple of guys who would start doing that thing, running in a circle. Not a great time to reload. Well, not a good place to reload, rather.
Look, you!
Rad Spencer 85. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. It's so damn precise. Okay, time to reload. Didn't think he would. I forgot this. Oh. I was so ready for him to go up or to the left. I'm frustrated because I knew for sure that there would be multiple guys running around in that same pattern. For some reason, I just was not ready for it to be him. And that's the thing, like, the controls absolutely do not allow you to, like, make adjustments on the fly. Like, you need to have a plan going in for each and every one of these enemies. Like, already screwed here. Lost control again. You know, let me just exit without installing printer updates. Yes, thank you. There we go. Interesting, I'm like finding new places to die. I mean, not to say that I haven't died in each one of these places ever. Certainly have, but a lot of parts where I kind of felt like, yeah, you know what, this part is not, like, not so bad. But it's really, like, this part is kind of the worst, I think. Basically, the part that I died last time I think is the last kind of tricky part of the stage. After that, it should be pretty smooth sailing. Like the rest of the stage, I pretty much cleared on my first attempt. Like I didn't... That's a really bad spot for him to be standing, because there's no place for you to stop to adjust your aim. What's up, Icarus? Well, there's no continues, so there's 1 CC or bust. This is stage 2 of 6. It's by far the hardest stage. Stage 3 is, like, incredibly trivial. Maybe you game over instantly if you fail it, I don't know. But there's no enemies to hurt you. You just have to align Bond's sprite with Sanchez's plane and press the button, and that's like you complete the level. Stage 4 is not that, like, I took a death there once, but the bigger issue with that was that it took a while to figure out how you were supposed to actually complete it, because you just have to do a specific thing. And what the game calls stage 5 is really just the other half of stage 4, which is basically easy, because I completed it the first time, just doing what I thought I was supposed to do. But then the 2 other times I reached stage 5, I did the exact same thing, and instead of clearing the level, I just died for no obvious reason. So I'm not too sure about that one. Yeah, that was stage 1. It's a little easier than stage 2. But stage 1 is much, much harder if you try to actually engage with the mechanics of the game. I.e., you can press up or down to change your speed and your altitude. But doing so makes it much like eventually it's gonna just make you slower and sort of incapable of dodging stuff, and you're just gonna hit something and get hurt and get killed. Like the stage seemed impossible until I was like, you know what, let's just not press, because I just wanted to go faster. So I press up, but then you fly closer to the ground and you fly into every piece of background decoration. So when I decided to just ignore that part, it turned out that it made the stage trivial. There we go. I press down and the game like retains your aiming direction horizontally. So if I stop after walking up, left, like any direction that isn't facing downwards, when I hit the fire button, I aim at whatever direction I last had aimed. But if I walk downwards, even diagonal downwards, it works. But if I walk straight down and I press the button, you shoot in the exact opposite direction. And I feel like it's incredibly hard to even put yourself in a position where aiming anywhere, like even remotely downwards, would ever be a good idea. I was stuck reloading. So it's like purely a liability. There's like no benefit to even being able to do that. I didn't realize I'd taken that much damage, but sometimes you just get hit twice instantly, so... I mean, it's not like there's a bug or anything, just sometimes enemies just fire bullets very rapidly. Of course, my bullet went like right between them. It has kind of an interesting sort of pace to it. Like, the fact that you die pretty easily... Like, really, the only thing that... The two things that bother me about this, like seriously bother me about it, is the aiming being so awkward and, like, needlessly complex. The scrolling, I guess, that's the third thing. Like the bullets, the scrolling affecting the trajectory of bullets. But also like the collision, like getting Like you can walk into a position and try to shoot, and your bullets won't come out because they're somehow colliding. Well, that was interesting. They're somehow colliding with scenery that is behind Bond's shoulders. I think we're gonna load up a different floppy disk. That was interesting. All right, let's. I'm gonna try. Let's try this one. I total, I think, of 5 images. Here we go. This game was mega trained by Synchro and originally tracked by Cortex. Alright, now we're talking. Alright, I was kind of waiting for some sort of music to kick in. Mine still? I don't know. I guess not. Alright. Here we go. Omega Sector 1 strikes again. License to kill trainer menu. Use mouse to select unlimited lives, timers, super bat armor, Atari ST mode. While playing the game, you can press the right mouse button to go to the next level. All right, that's actually awesome because this would allow us to... This is kind of exactly what I was looking for. Unlimited lives makes for, I think, a good sort of cheat here because it lets you... prevents you from having to start over from the beginning, but you still have to play through every level properly. So if we decide that this is just too much, that's the cheat we're going to want to go with. I'm assuming super bat armor means invincibility. I have no idea what Atari ST mode does. I'm actually curious to try it, but I think we'll start the game. But also having the level skip is great because if we want to, for instance, try to investigate how to clear the water ski stage, we don't have to play through the shootout level first. At Bond's trademark bat armor. But yeah, the controls for the gun stage are preposterous. Like the whole aiming mechanic is so unnecessary. Like even if you could only literally shoot straight up, if pressing the fire button actually made you shoot instantly, it would still be so much easier because it's difficult to get the shot out the way you want. Even at the very beginning of the level, you're vulnerable right when the stage starts, and you have to take time to aim. Turns out, of course, the better strat is to force the guy closest to you to run away, so that you can create a little bit of safe space to actually adjust your aim. Which is just an absurd sentence, but that's how it works. I'm not even sure, like, obviously there are places where being able to aim diagonally is to your benefit, but I still think the clunkiness of the aiming is such a liability that I would sacrifice that, because I don't think there's any enemies who literally cannot be hit with a direct shot. Like, yeah, there's plenty of guys who are sort of stood behind obstacles, but as a general rule, they move out of the way. Dude, I took a lot of hits there. If you get close enough, you know, they'll start running someplace else. Okay, I think we should be good now. Just jump out before the helicopter gets destroyed. There we go. The even stage like that, like, it's because it's a little bit random there, you never know. But since I developed the never touch up or down strat, I don't think I've ever taken a death in that stage. But it's like, you know, it's not a foregone conclusion exactly. Highly mysterious why the Jeep does not respawn, but a blessing I will happily accept without explanation. Oh, I pressed down. Like, you have to sort of pop out and fire off quickly, so getting an accidental down aiming is, like, pretty bad. I had a reload there that I wasn't ready for. Luckily, it didn't, wasn't too ruinous. Their down shot. Scroll even from like one guy like there, just if you're that close, like you're already not very well equipped to outrun these bullets or like to dodge them. So the scrolling essentially fucking bending the bullet trajectories. See? I couldn't hit the guy now. Maybe it was just off by a pixel. I guess that's the most likely scenario. But because you can't see where he's actually standing, you just see the shadow. Hard to make out. Wow, that guy's running really early. No, okay, it's a different guy. I see. Load. Magazine. Get him to run, then walk away. He's gonna stop. I thought... Okay, we got him. I thought he was supposed to stop here. I guess he only does that sometimes. Yeah, you don't want this big crowd right here. Big problem. A bigger crowd up after this building, less of an issue. I took a hit there. I took 2 hits there. Did he stop running? Okay. Like, looking over at your corner of the screen to see where you need to be to dodge bullets. Reload. Makes it really hard to keep track of whether one of those guys actually hit by something and gets killed. That guy. Aim up. Reload. That guy's gonna basically come straight for me. I got shot. Of course I got shot. Still have 4 lives, though. Use a magazine. Ah, aiming is so hard. Okay, somehow managed to snipe him. Reload. Scrolling. I accidentally aimed. After landing 3 shots in the oil drum, of course I hit him. Okay, we're almost home free. Have to really focus. Will this kill him? I didn't think so, but it was kind of worth getting out of the way anyway. Reload. Aim. I probably won't aim like that. Nice. Got him. Yeah, some aiming mechanic, anything would be better than this, I feel like. Wait for that guy. Stand over here behind some stuff. Oh, I got plenty of extra ammo. I don't need to bother with that. This is basically the end of the level. Okay, I will die in the next hit, though. There we go. Ah, well, completed with 4 lives. That's actually sick. All right. Get ready for stage 3. Blink and you'll miss it. I need to align Bond hanging off of the helicopter with the tail of Sanchez's plane and hit the fire button. So basically, I'm just gonna hover around the plane and mash the fire button. There's something in the manual about, like, Felix's view being obscured by the clouds being a problem. I don't think I've ever taken this long. I don't know why he, like, really flew away, like, really far at the beginning for some reason. There we go. Got him. Stage complete. There's our death-defying parachute stunt, I suppose. So stage 3 a little bit shorter than stage 2. Stage 4. We have to swim, and we can, as we press up, we go under the surface, which we need to do to dodge bullets from the boats. We need to knife a diver, steal their harpoon. Yeah, on this stage, our life bar is invisible for some reason. We can knife the drugs for extra points. Yeah, I need to have a harpoon so I can shoot the plane. But I'm at the mercy of where the harpoon guys spawn. Oh, I accidentally... Yeah, I got the harpoon and I accidentally used it instantly. Okay, I have it now. Need to wait for the plane to come back into view. I need to aim for the pontoon. And everything is just like on random timers. Oh, I got hit. Plane's sure taking its sweet ass time. There we go. So now I have to... Okay. That's the first time I've died in this stage and actually understood what happened. I hit, catamaran, I think the manual calls those. The little, hurling stones. Couldn't grab them. So yeah, you just sort of reel in until you reach the plane, and that's how you complete stage 5. So yeah, this is stage 4, and after you connect with the harpoon, that's stage 5, according to the manual. So when you die in stage 5, you have to also redo stage 4. The closer you reel in, the more impossible it is to predict where anything is. There's not normally fucking 2 boats on screen. I should have just hung back, I guess, and wait for the boats to leave. Because you, like the rocks and the curling stones replace the divers and boats. I was able to get the harpoon really fast. There we go. Okay, took a hit there. I'm like holding up to reel in. But as you get closer to the plane, like the obstacles get... You can't see them or react to them. But at least I saw what killed me this time. Like, last time I got here, I had 2 lives, and I took both deaths in a way that made me really confused because it looked like I reached the plane. There we go. So sometimes, because everything's fucking random, sometimes that stage is really short. No, I see a thing. I died. I didn't clear the stage. There's like 3 yellow pixels under the shit, under the plane. Dude, I must have been... What was my astronomical luck in clearing that stage first try? Well, we made it to 002 rank. It's pretty rough indeed. Would I describe James Bond as an action hero? I'd say so. Would you not? I don't know. Maybe being an extension of the British government, it's subjective whether you'd call him a hero. That's yeah, that's subjective, I suppose. But yeah, like, at least every death I took here was completely logical and comprehensible. But I was literally pixels away from getting it. So maybe last time I was not paying too close attention, which makes sense because literally the first attempt I did, I just, I held up, I dodged some stuff, and I reached the plane and mission complete, So when I died trying to do that the other times, I wasn't, like, expecting it to fail. I wasn't paying attention to whether, like, the idea, I suppose, of obstacles appearing underneath the plane and still killing me wasn't necessarily on my radar. Alright, there we go. Basically clear the stage. There we go. Jump. Bond's invincible right there, so that's fine. But honestly, I mean, there's no way you can react to something like, I guess the obstacles in stage, whatever, stage 5, are a little more consistent in their timing for when they spawn. So you can maybe predict to some degree whether something's about to spawn, but even then, like, that information really going to help you? Seems doubtful. Close. Ah! I reloaded, so I got hit twice. Wait. Oh, the other guy shot me once. Okay. Nice. Scrolling. Bullet bending. Oh, he reloaded. Okay. This is going so shit right now. Yep, well. Like, this stage is cool, but given the difficulty, I feel like it should, like, it could well be a lot shorter. Or, I mean, honestly, it's just like they could tone it down a little bit and just have slightly fewer enemies. Literally every single enemy, like a lethal threat, right? So they're... It doesn't have to have, like, Contra amounts of enemies when you're, like, fairly underpowered. Yeah, I guess I'm not used to running out of ammo here. Because usually I would need another life to get rid of the Jeep. Like, when you damage the Jeep at the beginning, any hits you land, the damage you deal carries over to your next life. So I usually wouldn't, like, have... I didn't have, like, the strats to get the Jeep taken out on my first life. So I would never get here after having spent that much ammo. I guess is why I'm not used to it. Or it like manages to catch me off guard so many times. Game is not civilized. I didn't want him to run ahead. All right, reload. You can't pick up any spare magazines beyond 3, so wanted to be fast. Really helped me. Aiming's like still not precise enough. No. Okay, that's right. I have to go here to not trigger that guy to start running. Oh, I got stuck on the bill. Ah, the way you get caught on scenery is like such an infuriating thing. But I don't think there's too many guys left that pose a significant threat in terms of not giving me room to maneuver. Use the power of scrolling there. I think I need this. That guy is a threat. Alright, sniped him. Guy was definitely a threat, but I got a little bit lucky there with this sideways aiming. Yeah, my immediate instinct is to just move downwards. Just create distance so you at least have time to react. Potentially dodge some bullets. Just hide behind there. Sure. That'll work. Got him. Ah! I wasn't ready for that guy to still be there. That was right at the end of the stage. First guy clipping us there is annoying, but that would usually happen more often. Oh boy, this is really bad. You know what, at this point, it feels like a waste to even spend time trying. At the same time, I feel like I need practice. Oh, I got hit in the exact same way again. And I got sniped by It's so easy to lose your focus and start like really getting sloppy. I feel like it's a death sentence. That works. Take this guy out that way. Like, if done correctly, any one section of the stage can be done without taking a hit. It's just that you can never take anything for granted, because even though enemy like patterns and positions are static, because of their bullet patterns not being you know, set in stone, still have to make weird adjustments that create like these unpredictable situations. Nice. Well, you just have to kind of get lucky. These guys just decide not to try to kill you. Level is very much down to weird luck. Pretty lucky there that I didn't get hit while reloading. I didn't realize I was even on my last hit. Oh, that was a terrible run. I didn't exactly expect going in to, you know, pure... Oh, okay. This is interesting. Looks like every version is having some kind of trouble here. Oh, okay. It's just loading. Good. I wasn't expecting to go in and just blaze through the game and finish it first try, but I wasn't necessarily expecting to have this much trouble either. Like, I felt like at the end of the last stream, I started to get pretty consistent with stage 2. At least more consistent than this. But maybe I'm misremembering. The music's alright. Doesn't have the theme song. So far, I guess, View to a Kill, is that the only game we've played that had the actual movie's theme in the game? There's been, like, different variations on the Bond theme, of course, but... Oops, okay. Oh boy. But you can take a surprising amount of hits here. Jump out. Like I said, after discovering the basic strat for stage 1 here, I'm actually yet to take a death. But I'm sure it'll happen. Like, you're barely aware that the stage is loaded in, and you just gotta push that guy out of the way. There's, like, no pattern to how they shoot. Like, even something like that, if just, like... If there's a way to know with a little bit more certainty when it's safe to pop out and shoot, it would make this so much more bearable. Alright, reload. That would have caused me problems for sure. Alright. We're looking pretty good here. Oh, fuck. Well, at least I only got hit once there. When it looked like I got hit at least twice. In kind of a weird spot on it, but... Thought for sure that would hit the car. Let's go on the right. Reload. Okay. Ah, oh, that's bad. I didn't want him to take this position over there because he's gonna cause some trouble here potentially. Yeah, because he's gonna be... Yeah. Okay, he's the one that's... Not too bad. Oh, nice! That was just me, like, doing the aim adjustment. That was not me actually trying to shoot him. But hey, whatever works. Load. Get some ammo. Alright. So sure about. Takes a good deal of patience. There we go. Whoa. It's always easiest. Like, that's the thing with... Oh, no, I can't... Okay. I have to press diagonal down to squeeze through there. Like, shooting straight is always the easiest because it's like those shots are by far the easier to line up. Like, it's hard to know what the angle of these shots are exactly compared to just shooting perfectly straight. Okay, we have one hit taken. We're in, like, the last stretch, pretty much. This is promising. Probably gonna have some troublesome fellas. Nice, okay. Okay. Okay, sure. Reload. Think too much about it. Oh, okay. Well. I was ready for him to start running, but it worked out. That's the guy that killed me last time. Dude, fucking gun, man. At least we got a little more margin here. Nice. For once, I'm managed to squeeze in shots in between stuff here. Maybe just go here. There we go. Just took one hit, 4 lives. Could barely have gone better. No bonus for completing the stage quickly, but I don't know how you would even get that. Okay, let's grab Sanchez's plane. So when you're in control, you get control at about like 155. He's like not flying away from us, really, this time. They're just like trying to get in his general area and just mashing. Dude, holy shit, he's like juking left and right like crazy. More than I've ever seen him done before. That just goes to show everything in this game is just hella random. There we go. I can still control the helicopter. Well, we get 4 lives for the water ski part. Well, the swimming part first, I guess. Levels 4 and 5. So usually the plane shows up very quickly. But you are not super likely to have a chance to actually grab a harpoon. Oh! There we go, okay. I was gonna say, so let's seize that chance if we get it. Oh boy. Do you see you have your little oxygen meter, which goes down, or up, it kind of looks like, as I'm underwater like this. So many boats and shit. You can use the harpoon to kill the divers, but you need the harpoon to catch the plane, so that's not recommended. And now the plane just isn't showing up at all. The game is just so random in very odd ways. Oh, there we go. Okay, not a lot of boats. I'll spring. Oh, I got hit by a harpoon. That's okay. Ah, I was kind of bouncing around. I couldn't really control it. I was trying to go left, but then I just started juddering to the right. I could have... It would have been better to dodge it on the right-hand side, but... I couldn't tell if that was the case until it was too late. Well, hopefully the plane spawns sooner this time. Oh, there we go. There we go. Completed it. I think I could see a few pixels of an item spawning there. So we were pretty lucky. Okay, stage 6. We have 3 lives. This game as cool as it looks. It's cool, but it's kind of inscrutable. So we have to destroy tankers. There's a countdown of distance. Oh yeah, we have to like land on the tanker first. There we go. You see the distance counting down. That's like Sanchez escaping. The manual says we have to destroy the tankers. I'm not sure if that's true. Want to get not hit by Stinger missiles. Okay, I guess we destroyed that one. Rolls are a bit... Okay, the truck is looking pretty rough shape there. The UI, a lot of it's flashing. Yeah, I guess just like try to go up alongside the jeeps. Like, I'm not sure if the environment is like looping until we destroy the tankers, or if we catch up with Sanchez, or what's going to happen exactly. This is by far the most I've seen of this level. Counting down. Like, maybe nothing's happening here because we didn't dispose of the previous tankers. We need to have done that for Sanchez to spawn. Because I can slow down and speed up. I figured we just want to kind of catch up with him. But at least I've been alive. Like, I can sort of see how we can try to deal with the jeeps. I only got to this stage once before, and I died instantly before I could really get my bearings. So I want to make sure to actually like not speed up too much. Like try to take care of those guys, but try to deal with the act, like destroy the tankers basically. There we go. Okay. Because it looked like we had plenty of time for whatever to spawn, you know? Apologies for, like, not even remotely being able to read chat right now, by the way. Because, yeah, I don't take damage from that. I only take damage from the stingers. Their Jeep, probably. Yep. Nice, got him. Just drive over him. Yeah, just, like, bump into them enough. A lot of hits here, but it certainly doesn't seem undoable. Except if there's something I'm missing. Oh! I guess they can shoot forward. Oh no, this game, like all the scenes in the game, very closely follow scenes from the film. It's kind of funny. Like most of the game is based on the opening scene of the film. And there's like pretty notable omissions of like cool stuff from the movie. There's absolutely no narrative or anything explaining what's going on at all. But all the scenes are like set pieces from the film. What the hell? Had I been hit that much? Alright, 004. This is our best score for sure. And yeah, this is the final stage of the game. It's the climax of the movie. I mean, to be clear, like that was pretty common, I think, with movie games at this time. To like not make it super clear what's going on. Because I mean, any game, you would not necessarily expect there to be a lot of narrative or explanations, or you know, there's a premise, there's, you know, an inferred context, and that's pretty much it. Okay. So as far as I'm aware, the manual doesn't tell you how many tankers there are to destroy. But given that on that first attempt we got here, I sort of drove past everything. I think there were 3 tankers. And I think on this most, like, well, not the final attempt, but the one before that, I think it did destroy 3 tankers. So it could have been possible. So I want to say that the manual does say... In fact, we can check it right now. Why don't we? I was going to say, I think the manual says that Sanchez is on tanker truck as well. Can I get a Windows Explorer window, please? Let's find our manual scans here. License to kill. Let's see. You have destroyed Sanchez's drug factory only to find he has escaped you once again. Yeah, the drug factory destruction not featured in the game. It's a pretty big deal in the movie. You must prevent Sanchez reaching the border with his drugs haul stored in 18-wheeler tankers. In the chase sequence to end all chases, you must destroy each tanker in turn until you reach the final tanker containing Sanchez. Be on your lookout. Sanchez has Stinger missiles to prevent you using your license to kill, which Bond does not have when this scene takes place, by the way, but that's fine. Once you've mastered each sequence, improve your score by going around again, but this time it'll be much harder. Good, because the game's too easy otherwise, huh? Well, some of the stages are pretty easy. We'll give it one more attempt here. See if we can do a legit running. We might have been pretty close, but that makes it, the manual makes it sound like you will get, there's going to be another tanker which will fire Stinger missiles at you, in which case that might be pretty rough. But with the speed of everything in the room, you have to dodge, or don't, as it were. I feel like it's gonna come down to quite a bit of luck in terms of like how many hits you're gonna sustain. But as far as I can tell, just looking from looking at the UI, it does not appear that rubbing up against the tankers deals any damage to you, which is like good. Should be like that. But the Stinger missiles is the only thing that matters. But I'm surprised because, like, on the one attempt, I felt like we ate a lot of hits. You know, a decent amount of them, all things considered. And then that last life, I feel like I got hit by 2 or 3 missiles, and then that was it. So that was pretty confusing. Maybe there's a difference of where you get hit. Because we were shot at from behind, but you would think the it'd be more lethal for the cabin to get shot at. I mean, obviously, if you shot a Stinger missile at a gasoline tank, the whole thing would probably explode. But I mean, given that that was clearly not happening. But I don't know, maybe we're trying to apply too much logic here. Reload. Could have gone. Parry. Like, your rate of fire is kind of slow. I mean, it's slower than theirs for sure. I somehow did not get hit there. I did get hit there, though. Yeah, the graphics are cool. Like, the game has a very cool vibe. And yeah, it's been exciting to see all the different games, like all the different takes on visuals and mechanics and weird Amiga music and whatever else. Every game has had at least something interesting to offer. That guy first. Reload. Blow up that barrel. I guess I hit the other barrel. Classic. Cook all the barrels by hitting them like 3 times, and then I just hit the dude anyway. Oh, I wasn't... Okay, that was really confusing. Such a uncomfortable shot to take, because you have to make yourself vulnerable. Have a little bit of luck. He's not going to try and shoot you right there before you get to him. Gentle downward shot. Then we get this guy from the left, so that he doesn't start jogging. Rolling. Bond's most lethal enemy. Okay. Barrel. Reload. Of course, just aim. Go. Okay. So that barrel should still kill him. Okay, reload. Nice. We're gaining back some consistency in this stage, I feel. Have the audio samples cut off itself. That was satisfying when you somehow managed to catch them running, even though you weren't exactly planning or expecting to do so. How did that guy land that hit? Master sniper. Alright, so we don't have the guy on the run getting into awkward positions here, so... Well, we have that guy. Fine with him continuing to run, because... level's over here, basically, so... Nice. Another first live completion of stage 2. Let's hope we have good water ski luck. Well, a few stages first, but even when this stage took the longest, still had rather plenty of time. Pan flute, bond, beam, interstitial. This is giving me so much more trouble. I don't really understand what governs whether you can do this successfully or not. There we go, got him. Bonus is still counting down, by the way. There we go. Deploying the parachute counts as stage completion, I suppose. Okay, time to go for a swim. Yeah, it's funny because the water ski stage, like I said, I cleared it first try. First time. It seemed to be like really trivial. But now I've not got a great track record on that stage. And I've nice, I got the drugs and the diver. Like become clear that it's, well, just need good luck basically. Speed is like really inconsistent in this stage too. Bullets. Oh my god, that was close. Okay. Sick. We got 4 lives for the final stage. Let's just hope we get lucky. Hope we don't get Stinger missiled. There we go. It's pretty cool that they include the part where they, like, drops off on the plane. Oh, I got shot once.
Look, you!
Thank you for the follow. I can't quite look at chat right now. Ooh, that's 2 more hits. Okay, it's pretty bad, actually. Okay, it's like 5 hits. I think as far as eating Stinger hits, this is about our worst attempt so far. Okay, that's a second tanker. I guess like drifting sideways like this. Better odds of not getting instantly hit. Alright, third tanker. Nope. Okay. Doing better that the manual convinced you it was easy. I don't know that that's what I took from looking at the manual, but... maybe just, like, driving at the very, like, outside the road, basically? Because the Jeep's probably going to be on the road. I thought the tanker was coming up. Yeah, that's going to be my strat. Just going to hover out here. Because there doesn't really seem to be too much of a threat of, like, driving into obstacles. I guess I have to run this. No? Okay, I was going to say I have to run it off the road. Not really. Okay, I guess I hit something. But even being, like, on the edge of the road, like, the turning left and right isn't, like, super responsive. Yeah, like, driving like this. I guess there's, like, 2 Jeeps, then a tanker. Yep. Okay, this is tanker 3, right? Okay. This might be... is this Sanchez? I don't know. It's tanker 4. Oh, this is interesting. Guru meditation. Hmm. That might have been the ending. But we've had Guru meditations at other points. Either way, I have a good solid strat for that stage, so I'm like totally cool. What we're gonna do, I'm gonna pause the timer right now. We're going to go back to the initial version that we played. Well, this one has this. I was gonna say we're gonna go back to the initial version that we played, and because we never got any Guru meditations in that one, and try to go through the entire game again to see if we can complete it. But I just realized what we could do is we could reset this version. We could level skip back to the final stage and see if that what just happened happens again, because the stage seems simple enough, right? The strat works. But if we like, if it turns out that destroying the 4th truck was the completion of the game, then we completed the game. But I guess if that does not complete the game, then I would have felt slightly bad about cheating it. I'll contemplate this matter while I take a short break. What a cliffhanger. But very satisfying to just kind of figure out a simple enough strat that actually works on that stage. Things kind of growing on me.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Macaw 45, subscribe to Tier 1. 34 months of unspeakable horror. Powered multi-genre Amiga gaming where every scene is over-designed to an absurd level with unneeded art assets and controlled complexity, changing visual HUDs, but it's sick. Well put, well put. We're up to 16,600. We're rapidly approaching funding levels completed. Yes, we will all meditate like a guru for a few minutes before we return to what is sure to be the complete, well, I was going to say full run, maybe not if we go to the last stage, but we will find out if we completed the game or not. And we'll see if there's some kind of ending. The thing is though, like if we redo what we like, if we use the cheat to skip to the final level and it ends the exact same way, then I would still want to replay the original to see, like, to not have the game crash at the end. So, but crashes haven't been consistent as they, as is typical for the Amiga. But like I said, we'll guru meditate on this, and I'll be back after a short break. Alright, I'm back. Hope you've all guru meditated on this. See, we got some lore on the origins of the guru meditation in chat. That's what we like to see. Educating the people on the important matters. So, I made the decision that we're going to just load up the original untampered, untrained, uncracked floppy disk. And that's the one we played last time. It did not give us any kind of garbled visuals, guru meditations, or other issues. So hopefully that's going to work just fine. And I feel reasonably confident that we have the strats that are going to let us to, you know, get to Sanchez and properly conquer this game once and for all. Might take a few attempts, and if it goes poorly, then I guess I'll reconsider. But that's the strat for now. So let me just set that up, and we'll get back to the game shortly. Pepe Paco, greetings. Happy Saturday. Here, reset. And hop back to the game. Let's load for a little bit. Activate the timer once game's loaded. Yeah, I feel pretty good about stage 2. There's always an element of luck, so there's no guarantee that we're gonna get through the game with full lives again. But I feel like there's a decent shot if we get to stage 6. We could do that deathless. Like, unless there's some big surprise, like if the 4th tanker that we destroyed was not the final one, and Sanchez is in a 5th, or, you know, maybe there's 8 tankers, I don't know. But, like, if there's more to it and there's a tanker that shoots missiles, we'll see. You know, it might not be trivial. But given the success we've had at chipping away at Sanchez's defenses over the course of this game, I'm back to feeling pretty confident again. Turns out that really it's the water ski stage that's like kind of the most completely luck dependent, and as such the most inconsistent, or like unreliable, I guess. But at least it's shorter. Need less hit to take. But at least I have a good strat for the early part of the stage, which is not something I had before. I did not get hit there somehow. Okay. Sure. Another guy there that I don't like. Fucking all of them ran away. Okay, that's... Yeah, one guy wasn't positioned, like wasn't running away like he usually does. That kind of caught me off guard. Give me an extra guy here somewhere then because of that, but... Got to reload. Yep, I guess that's that guy. It's not like I ever expect to get through this stage deathless. As long as you're a bit patient, like having a bunch of these guys standing out here in the open. Oh. Oh. Wait, why didn't that first bullet hit him? There was another guy. Okay. I was not looking at that part of the screen at all. Well, things were already a bit shaky there. And I'm probably better off shooting those guys from the left regardless. This is not a good... beginning. But who knows? Sometimes I've had strong starts and just died anyway. And other times I've done the second, like, 2/3 of the stage without taking a hit. Nothing about this is consistent. That's right. I always expect to take out that guy first. The fact of the matter is that in order to get to the height where you can shoot the guy behind the Jeep, you have to move up further to the point where the other next guy becomes visible or shooting at you. You have to remember. Somehow I've only taken 2 hits. That feels strange. Got him. Nice. Satisfying. Great shot here. Okay. Guy on the left. Destroy this. Reload. Easier to... Works. Scare off that guy by... Oh? I want to have both these guys shooting at me at once. Something exploding in the corner of the screen there on the bottom left for some reason. Okay, reload. Be careful, I don't want to make him run because he'll start running around. Go. 2 hits left. I don't think I can hit him with this angle, actually. Sure if I can hit this guy. Pretty sure I cannot. That angle. Troublemaker. Got him. Barrel. Reload. This other magazine. Don't have to worry about ammo. My aim. Oh, nice. Dude, I used the scrolling to my advantage. That's a first. Getting a taste of my own medicine here. Fucking bullet bending. Alright, that's pretty sick. Okay, I don't like that guy running away, but I'll just have to be extra cautious. Because he's gonna stick around, I think, to the end, pretty much. Oh, fine-tuning aim is so weirdly, annoyingly difficult. Okay, we got him. Okay. Not sticking around any more than that. Guys, probably not going to be a concern. Nope. There we go. 3 lives. Okay. Grabbing Sanchez's plane should not be an issue. I've literally never failed this level. Oh, there we go. Yep. Done. Level complete. Now we hope for good luck in this stage. Hope we get an early diver. Let's hope the plane shows up when we have a harpoon. Let's hope I manage to aim correctly to actually hit it. Oh, yeah, the plane's right there. Okay, great. Nope. Couldn't reach the divers in time. Let's stab some drugs for extra bonus points. Yeah, they like outrun you. Swim, I guess. There we go. We got the harpoon, and there's the plane. My aim is true. Got him. Okay. Nice. First try. Okay. 3 lives for the final stage. This is tense. Okay, remember, just drive out on the, whatchamacallit, side of the road. Oh yeah, we gotta actually get the tanker first. Go. Nice, okay. Tanker 1. Oh, he still hit me. Okay, that's 1 hit at least. Okay, tanker 2. Looks like I'm taking a lot of damage on the HUD. Tanker 3. Oh. Tanker 4. Okay, stage isn't over. I figured it might not be, given the manual's description. Never mind. Congratulations, James. You have defeated Sanchez and smashed his evil drug empire. Okay, we just found his crashed plane there. And, okay, that's not exactly what the manual described, but we'll take it. We'll take it. Sick, we got the proper fucking first try. Whew. Well, I mean, not exactly the first try, but, you know, first try after this disk load. That is incredibly satisfying. We actually got a legit... I feel like this may be one of the first times in my life I've like legitimately cleared an Amiga game. I don't think that's true, but it feels that way. So the manual seems to imply that the game's gonna loop. We certainly didn't get to enter our name or anything, so let's push the fire button and see what happens. It's looking like a loop to me. Alright, let's see what score we can get. The manual claims it's going to be much harder now. I guess stage 2 is going to be the real test, I reckon. I figure the strat for this is still to ignore the altitude and speed mechanics, because it's definitely just going to screw you over. Oh, well, that didn't seem that much harder. Yes, figuring this out was quite satisfying. Whoa, that's right, I forgot to pre-aim. Like, maybe the bonus timing is, like, more strict or something. But, I mean, fucking forget getting bonus on this stage anyway. Aiming is so shit! It's such a garbage, useless mechanic that only makes shooting 10 times more awkward. So it appears to be exactly identical so far. Like, whatever, I don't know, fire rates or accuracy or whatever from the enemies that might have changed does not appear to make any material difference. Yep, it's not like the Jeep stops respawning or starts respawning, I guess I should say. Stops not respawning. Alright, this actually is great because we're still, of course, going to look at the other versions. But I'm happy to sort of stop the timer here and have that as a record of how long it took me to beat the Amiga version of the game. And everything else on top of this is just bonus content. Just free exploration. Dude, look at that fucking salvo of fire right there. Alright, get the guy who's out in the open before you get the guy. Alright. More extreme aim. Reload. Got him. Oh, that's satisfying. Sniped. A little bit of luck with that guy. Needs to be cooperative. Oh, that's right. We got a jogger. No, he stopped. Okay. It's also a little bit confusing because it seems random whether the enemies have like the brown color palette or the white color palette. Sometimes I feel like I want to use the color to sort of identify which guy's which, but it changes like in between runs. Can be a little confusing. Right, need to go. Plenty of things in this game that have been like satisfying. Plenty of things that have never stopped being frustrating and unsatisfying. Alright, let's get rid of this guy before he gets any ideas. No, I accidentally aimed. Accidental aiming, the bane of my existence. I think I did some bullet bending there. Sick, unintentional mechanic. Well, it's not that sick of a mechanic, because it usually... enemies use it against you more than you can use it against them. Fortunately, we need a lot more points than this for a 007 ranking, but I'm okay with that. Gonna be our top score for sure. Dude, look at the amount of bullets on screen. Holy absurd. Absurd gaming happening in GamesBond. Dude, I curved the bullet into the Jeep so that I was stuck reloading, so it didn't hit me. That was pretty sick. Bullet curving. Avoid that. Sure. Down. Oh, I missed. Okay, last chance to get him. It's a good thing I backed away, because otherwise he would have ran further. Oh, that guy's there, though. Quite ready for that. I like that guy's like wiggling like crazy. All right. Oh, 006. Not bad. Not bad. Oh, I gotta have fucking laggy controls in the name entry, of course. At least I don't think it's time. Oh. Satisfaction. So we're 7 games in. We've completed most of the games under some circumstances, but I believe... Well, I guess the text adventures is kind of up to you what you consider legitimate. We used some hints and such, but... We completed the SG-1000 version of the original game, and we completed this, but I think those are the only 2 games we have completely, like... undeniably legitimately finished, which is frankly better, you know, better stats than I would have expected. Thank you for all the GGs, I appreciate that. Feels good, man. So before I forget, let me go, and I need to apologize for not having this like set up properly, but I'll link here in chat if you want to follow along. Got the official spreadsheet right there. I'm going to update this with stats. Oh, I accidentally used the hotkeys for the timer, but that's fine. I entered the time. So let me just disable the shortcuts and compare against none. There we go. Mission status completed. Completed Amiga version. Using no cheats or trainers of any kind. We'll leave that for the status, for the notes, and we will perhaps add anything we might have to add after looking at some of the other versions. Mission start November 30th, mission end December 3rd. It's still the active mission, so to speak. We're not going to start on mission 8 just yet. But I just want to make sure to fill in the spreadsheet here before I forgot. Well, we'll enjoy the attract mode here for a few moments while I figure out what the next the next step is. I figured we should look at the Commodore 64 version next, right? That seems like the way to go. So let me configure my Commodore 64 over here. Actually, let me double check that I have the game. I mean, I know that I have it, but where I have it. I didn't really prepare for this ahead of time. There. Let's go to my other Bond games folder. Okay, good. Maybe I do. I do. Okay, yeah. Names are just a little obvious. File names. Okay. So I do have I can't guarantee that all of them are like good to go. We can just boot them up and play. But the files that I have here are for the C64, MSX, Atari ST, Amstrad, Spectrum, and BBC Micro versions. The BBC Micro, I'm pretty sure I've never done any kind of emulation of, or of any kind, so that one's pretty much a no-go. My intention is to look at the Amstrad and C64 versions at the least. But we might take a look at the Spectrum versions and Atari ST version. The other trainer I just remembered for the for this game that we played, one of the Guru Meditation versions, had an option for Atari ST mode, which I'm very curious what it actually does. But let us take a look at the Commodore 64 version. Let's say goodbye to our Amiga. And let's see here, get a C64 up and running. Here we go. Oh yeah, and let me also update our. Well, we can probably load the game in the meantime. Do I have? Yeah, let's see. Yep. Oh yeah. Whoops. Just checking my joystick. Okay, let's see how this goes. If you choose unlimited air, you can't move the helicopter in the first stage up and down. Well, if this is anything like the Amiga version, that's probably a blessing in disguise. Okay. Button. Space. Oh, there we go. More weirdly silent Cracktros. Cracked and Trained by Mr. Lee. All right, okay. Oh yeah, let me get my volume mixer ready here. We're gonna crank. Okay, it's pre-cranked down, so we won't get exploded by audio. Do you want unlimited lives? No. Unlimited energy? No. Unlimited LKW energy. Wait, stage 3. That's the that's grabbing Sanchez's plane. Energy? Well, assuming this has the same stages, but I think the manual's all the same for all the different versions. Let's say no. Unlimited air is for the swimming stage. Nope. Do you want to stop timer? Nah. Unlimited bullets. No. Let's just experience this in a vanilla way and see how that goes. Press space to start License to Kill. Man, I'm excited to hear what the music's like. I wonder if it's like the same tracks but C64 styled or just totally different. I haven't looked at any screenshots or anything. It's bad side. It's a dangerous place to be. Okay. It's pretty similar. I mean, it's the same tune. Now, David Whittaker. All-time top secret agents. Great score. Enter your name. I like that it shows that message when you're just looking at the high score table. I don't feel like this is a track that really makes amazing use of the SID. Like, I guess, I don't know. I guess you can tell it feels that way anyway. That it wasn't, like, written for the Commodore 64. Not that there's anything wrong with this music at all. But I guess if you write something to work on an Amiga, or, like, you make an Amiga song out of it, it's gonna be hard to make it feel like it's really making the best use out of the SID hardware. not bad, not bad. Like, I feel like it's held back by being composed in a way to... I mean, I'm gonna assume that the CPC version is gonna have basically the same song. I don't know what it would have sounded like on DOS. Maybe we'll find out. Dude, what if this has, like, fucking, MT32 support? Getting flashbacks to the DOS version of Double Dragon 3 that had MT32 support for the fucking incredible, like, title screen music. Otherwise, it's a pretty dank port of a very dank game. But that part was sick. Alright, let's see if our joystick works, alright? Okay, this is already a little bit different. Well, the level layout's not the same. It's cool though, I'm not crashing into anything just yet. But this is making me suspect that the rest of this might be different. Dude, I have an actual comprehensible life bar. See, like, there's an actual gauge that shows you your health. So the gauge is on the bottom. Yeah, there we go. See, that's what happens. The gauges on the bottom, see that going up and down? That's my altitude. If I push up further enough, I can increase my speed. But if you go faster, or... It's not tied to your speed, really, because I'm, like... At least not in the Amiga version. It kind of is here. Well, I don't know. There's a concept here of altitude being tied to speed. Alright, okay. Game over. Let's just get back into it. And every object you see on screen is potentially lethal. Like the fence I'm flying over right now. Bullets are fucking invisible, too. See, I can even fly over the build... No, never mind. I can fly over parts of the slanted roof, I guess. What about these? Can I fly over these? Yeah, I can. But if I was going just a slide faster... I don't know what the bottom bar is for, really, but I maybe? But, like, at this point, I will... Yeah, you saw my bullets there hit the fence. The difference here, really, between this and the Amiga version is that I'm defaulting to, like, the slowest speed. Like, in the Amiga version, it gets really weird because you can, like... The speed up and down changes... It moves you forward and back. It doesn't really change your speed, but it moves you forward and backward. Okay, that's different. Up and down moves you forward and backward on screen. And changes your altitude. But your actual traveling speed, the speed at which the game scrolls, is determined by where on screen the helicopter is. So if you push forward, you lower your altitude, but you don't really move further ahead on the screen because you're kind of already in the middle of the screen in that version. So then you press down to increase your altitude so you don't crash into things, but then you move backward on screen, so you basically, you know, go back to this speed. And obviously when you're traveling this slowly, there's a lot more time for enemy turrets to put bullets on screen. But here, because I can't... I feel like it's essentially the same strat. I'm not engaging with the altitude mechanic, lest I'll start crashing into everything. But I just have to live with being at the slowest speed. Okay, I didn't hit that guard house for some reason, and now I'm kind of fucked. Go. But man, it feels like the UI in the Amiga version is really cool. Man, how nice it is to actually have, like, gauges you can glance at and have some understanding of, you know, what they're showing and how much of it is going on. Yeah, I don't know. I'm guessing the counter there on the side is supposed to be the bonus, just from knowing the Amiga version, where basically it's just like Crazy Climber. it has a visible counter on screen that counts down, and whenever you complete the level, you get whatever points are on there. Okay, so I just crashed when I like flew into. No, okay. Oh, dude, that little animation was sick. I guess the Jeep just destroyed. Whoa, 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 whoa! Holy fuck! Okay. Aiming is a little different here. Okay. Level layout's similar, but I have to tap once to go into aiming mode, and then I tap again to shoot. But I don't have a reticle, so it's a lot harder to see where I'm aiming. Oh. Okay, I have to unlearn a lot of things here. I can't tap once and then start walking. Because that just makes you start aiming. Have to shoot once. But you actually get like 360-degree aiming. Reload, please. There we go. It's like similar. It's the same kind of level layout, but you have much more rapid rate of fire. Dude, how am I not hitting him? There we go. Ooh, magazine. First stage was definitely harder. This, I don't know. Wait. I have a life bar? It's draining slowly. Like, when I glanced over it, I just saw it go down from 3 to 2, or from 4 to 3, or something. They're on the right, so I didn't even see them. Yep, aiming is harder in this version. Like, the enemies, maybe slightly less aggressive, at least in their placement, but pretty rough. Having completed the Amiga version, I feel no pressure. Oh yeah, we got, holy crap, we got 007 score on our first attempt. This version is a lot kinder with score, huh? Or ranking. Ah, I should have listened to the high score song longer. Okay. But yeah, in other games we've played, I've usually sort of jumped around to different versions before finishing the game, partially in hope of finding a version that's easier to finish. So as such, we've jumped to different versions with some obligation or feeling of, you know, let's try this legit for a bit. But now, because we've actually completed the Amiga version, I'm still, you know, interested, hypothetically or what have you, in just like seeing how each of these versions operate. A little faster. But I feel no pressure in having to try to beat the game legitimately. Oh, that was enough decreased altitude to bump into the corner of the building, I see. So, having now gotten a sense of this being pretty rough, difficulty-wise, I'd feel more inclined to go back and adding some cheats just to do a little bit of sightseeing and experiencing all the levels. Like I said before, that, you know, infinite lives is good because it lets you keep trying each level. But I'm not sure if I have it in me to develop the strats for this version. Like, getting used to the aiming controls. I think for every other level it would be fine. But the second level is like, again, if this is anything like the Amiga game. Second level is the hardest. Right there. And I'm sure that's true for this version also. But it's also... It doesn't work the same way. Like, the aiming controls are kind of fucked, but they're not the same. So the 3 hours of muscle memory I've built up does not apply to this version. So even having a decent sense of the strategy and the enemy positions and the stage layout and whatnot, not sure how much patience I have to like relearn those controls, especially given that we have other versions to look at also. Alright, so here I guess I just want to speed up to go past the Jeep. I'm hitting it. Yeah, you just like shoot a full magazine at it, basically. Music would have been cool too. Yeah, this, like, it's just so much harder to see. Enemies blend into the background more. Bullets blend in a lot more. Actually, I find it more noticeable when you get hit in the Amiga. Whoa, what the hell? Fucking Uzi? Different weapons? I don't know how this helps, but it's pretty sick. Enemies just are a little bit more calm in their firing patterns. Oh, dude, he's literally firing black bullets on top of a black background. That's why I couldn't really see it before. Oh! I'm aiming down. Oh. I was trying to, like, double tap to get the bullets to come out quicker. Because you can't just press the button once to shoot a bullet in this version. You have to press once to go into aiming mode and press again to shoot. Aiming is somehow so much more awkward in this version. Like, almost impressive if it wasn't infuriating. But being able to shoot rapidly is very satisfying. Alright, well, I wanted to finish this out. If only to hear the name entry song. The game seems a little bit more generous in, like, letting you hit, like, enemy hurt boxes are big, basically. Like, it's just kind of easier to hit enemies somehow. Like, aiming is still kind of not granular enough, but like, I knew there's a guy there, but you can't see him. There's like a handful of pixels that are slightly different color, maybe. Ammo. Oh, Wait, oh, there's a guy on the left. Okay, this is different. A bunch of them, in fact. I couldn't squeeze my bullets past there. Okay. Oh yeah, the lives ended 0, I guess. Version. I feel like you could learn to get the hang of this, just like I learned to get the hang of the Amiga version, but learning to get the hang of one of these may be enough. I'm always impressed, like, when you play these, like, multi-platform games. And the, like, having grown up with the Amiga and played C64 stuff as well as a kid, I know that there are, of course, like, C64 games that run at a high frame rate that, you know, play smoothly and whatever. But I think my brain is still kind of biased to expect, you know, a more powerful computer to have like better playing games. So it's always like neat when you see a Commodore 64 game. Oh, I guess you can do that. Okay. Uzi. You know, it's not uncommon to have an Amiga game that runs at half frame rate, so it's like 25 hertz, 25 FPS. And then a C64 game running at 30, or 50, rather. Am I aiming? But there's just something about it that just sort of feels unexpected, just intuitively. That shit's pretty cool, having the full auto. Like, that you can aim while you're shooting. Like a power-up that runs out, I guess? I'm not sure how it works. Kind of confusing, because when you go into A mode, up or down will exit A mode.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
But left and right will change the direction. Base hole. 23 months of unspeakable horrors. And speaking of unspeakable horrors, that's quite the emote. Well, thank you, Base hole. I appreciate that. So like it's really hard to, if you want to like make a quick adjustment to your position without changing your aim, you can't do that by moving left or right. You have to do that by pressing up or down. But in the Amiga version, you can do it with any direction. So I keep kind of instinctively tapping left or right and accidentally ruining my aim. Like the opposite of accidental aiming in the Amiga version. Nice. Whoa, I didn't see that guy. Nice. That was enough to get him. Enemies are not always that terribly distinct from the background. Ooh, I tried to walk away and I kept aiming. Oh, I was gonna say, I know there's a bullet coming, but I can't see it because it's... I double tapped to shoot and then walk away, but then I double tapped too quickly so my shot didn't come out, and then I pressed left to walk away, which of course made him aim. Well, we got pretty far into that level, though. Oh, boy. Alright. Do that. I wanted to listen to the song. Alright, fuck. Okay, we have no choice. I'll just instantly get to that high score song. We'll speed run it. Like, whenever you have in the C64 games, like, a lot of details in the... I didn't get a high score. Okay. But it's easier to get on the high score table in this version, at least. Push comes to shove, we'll, get to the high score eventually. Okay, 50 points. Probably not enough. Might have to beat the stage. I mean, I got a few high scores, so maybe it's harder to get on the high score table now. We'll see. But yeah, like, when you see a Commodore game, it has, like, nicely detailed graphics, animation, and more stuff going on. And especially when you can feel like it's, you know, even if it looks arguably less crude, or more crude, less fancy, whatever, feel like it's, like, holding its own against Amiga versions. Always, like, a cool feeling, I think. I guess if I make it stage 2, I'm going to want to do a proper attempt, but... My plan was to hear the high score song, and then reset to enable some cheats, and just casually breeze our way through the game. Little withered shadow. That's a nice touch. I guess it's probably... I don't want to fuck with the altitude, but probably the same as the other version, where you can actually... Yeah. Dude! What the hell just happened? Oh, okay. That worked. That was confusing. I was going to say, you can tell from the shadow kind of what your altitude is. Or, saying that you can tell your altitude from the shadow is a bit of an overstatement. But the altitude affects the size of the shadow, I should say. I'm wondering now, looking at my score, given how
interesting
little we got from the turrets, that might be a trainer thing. This game has 0 issues. It is pretty interesting. It's pretty good. So maybe that's why it was so easy to get on the high score table. Maybe we got trained scores. Be a little unusual, but help explain that, I guess. Like, yeah, you can... After you go into aiming mode, there's like a forced... I guess you can't call it cooldown, but... there's a time during which you can't fire. So you have to kind of take aim. See, that bullet would never have hit if this was the Amiga version. This has the same kind of downwards aiming though, which sucks. Like it retains your aiming angle in between shots, but it like reverses it 180 degrees if you're moving downwards when you enter aiming mode. Dies so unceremoniously too. I guess I don't know if it retains your aim direction in between attempts or it just defaults to down left. Alright, we'll just take that out. Yeah, I don't have the patience to learn this. Okay, let me just put down the controller. We'll just enjoy the jams. I would say this game is no less cool than the Amiga version. Like, parts of the gameplay in the shooting level definitely feel better in this version. It's like smoother. You don't get caught on the scenery. Your bullet, like, collision detection feels more generous. It kind of feels more on your side. It doesn't feel stacked against you. But then you have, like, the invisible bullets. Bullets seem even faster in this version. And the aiming being somehow worse. Like in the Amiga version, because this level comes down so much to kind of picking at enemies from outside of cover, it becomes very important to be able to pretty quickly fire a shot and then like getting out of the way. And this version makes that much harder. So one of the more like crucial techniques to use, you could learn it, I guess, but it's still the fact that since you cannot move out of the aiming mode, left or right, like if you need to go to the left or right, you need to still tap up or down before you do so, and it's going to be easy to accidentally readjust your aiming, I feel like. Anyway, I guess we're probably not going to dig too deeply into that. I'm being honest. Cool though. Cool game for sure. I'm going to see what other cool stuff it has to offer when we enable some cheats. So yeah, I like that it says great score, input your name, but that's not like a message that is shown because we got a great score. That's literally on the high score table itself. Like even as it cycles through here, we'll show that same message. Yeah, great score, input your name. That's such a weird thing. All right, let us reload the tape and peruse the menu of cheats. I don't think it had a like level skip. So I guess we just need to do it with infinite lives. Well, I mean, I guess I'd like to go through each level anyway. But I would imagine that the like infinite health probably doesn't prevent you from crashing into shit with the helicopter. Yeah, if you choose unlimited air, you can't move the helicopter in the first stage up and down. Kinda don't want, but you have infinite health. Still not too, like, you don't have to worry about getting shot. So you'd be able to still just fly above the road, and I think you'd be fine. Get through it a little faster. We'll do unlimited lives too, so we can afford to fuck up a little bit. Unlimited lives, yes. Unlimited energy, yes. So outside of stage 2, well, I guess we don't know what the other stages are like, but I have more faith in our ability to complete it even without infinite whatever. But yeah, I think we can go without. Still don't understand like the LKW energy. Does that have something to do with like the towing cable or whatever they're using? Unless stage 3 is something else in this version. Well, we'll set it to no. Unlimited air seems completely meaningless. Stop timer. Now let's keep some element of excitement. Besides, who's gonna like? Yeah, I'm assuming it has nothing to do with the bonus stuff because there are stages that have a timer. But who knows if it's gonna mess more with that. Unlimited bullets seems unnecessary. And yeah, let's see how this goes. Yep, we can get shot at. I shouldn't Like, I don't know how the health system works in the altitude shit. Like, I guess I don't know whether... is that a... Oh, that's a bullet. Okay, I was keeping up at the same speed as the bullet. Let's have it fly away. Let's say we're just not gonna find out. There we go. Whether we can crash into stuff. Let's jump out. There we go. Oh, I got that guy too. Nice. Like there's a lot of shit going on screen here. Freaky. Like, if there's even some way to, like, if you held a direction while you press the button to go into aim mode, you would automatically, like, sort of lock towards that direction. That would have been nice. Like, locking, or, like, retaining the previously aimed direction. Like, it's good because it's consistent and reliable. But it's not necessarily the way you'd kind of want it to work. It'd be nice if you could, like I said, just, you know, because it still forces you to find a safe spot to slowly pre-aim your aiming before you go shoot a dude. Oh, is that Sanchez on the left? I guess it probably is, right? I don't know, there's more dudes there. Like, it's kind of weird in the Amiga version how the Jeep in the first stage, you can kind of just ignore. You just fly away from it, and it doesn't fly into anything. And then, like, the Jeep drives in, and then there is a Jeep at the beginning of the first, or the second stage. But, like, it's not Sanchez's Jeep. He's not in it, because whoever's in it shoot at you, and you blow up the Jeep, and then that's that. So it's kind of weird. Sorry, I just have to check something. Oh, I'm out of bullets. Whatever. Helicopter's right here. Well, okay. No helicopter in this version, but... Oh, dude, look at a little Bond there. Whoa, no clouds in this version. I don't know what LKW energy is meant to be. Trying to do this the same way I did it in the Amiga version. Just kind of hover little Bond over the tail of the plane and mash buttons. Well, mash the button, singular, I suppose. There's something in the HUD to indicate that, like... Oh, sick. That there's anything we need to consider. I guess we need to... I don't know. It looked like he grabbed the plane, like, around the middle of the body of the plane. Not the back, but whatever. Oh, the parachute. The bridge on the side. That was pretty cool. Right, up to dive. That little druggy... No, okay. That little drug bag. Wait. Oh, there we go. It's tricky to grab. Oh, there's the plane. Okay, I need to get a harpoon. Wait, do I have a harpoon? No, I have a little harpoon gun symbol there. Way harder to knife the dudes in this version. Wait. Did I run out of air? Kill the diver. Oh, there we go. Oh, here's the music. Okay, the horizontal controls seem very different here. Because I don't slide around. But also the plane didn't seem to move. Oh, I guess there's a 0 above the gun. That to indicate that I have 0 harpoons. Yeah, plane just shows up and leaves at random times, of course. Oh, fuck. I got the harpoon and instantly used it. Your air gauge seems far more limited here. You know, you can see it just holding down for half a second drains a significant chunk of it. Who are divers? There we go. 1 harpoon. And a lot more bullets. It seems like it would be significantly harder than the Amiga one for sure. All this shit going on. I mean, you can dive to dodge the bullets, but even diving, like I said, with the air, is more limited here. Yeah, projectiles way faster. That goes for theirs as well as yours. I tapped right, but I wasn't quick enough to react. It's kind of fundamentally still sort of fucked in the same way. Collect some drugs. Well, technically you destroy it, but whatever. Counts as collecting. Got a harpoon. So it took me a little while to figure... Okay, I guess you die... Maybe that's the equivalent of crashing into stuff in stage 1. I guess if a boat runs you over, that's an instant death. I missed the diver. I tried to knife him, but it's far more finicky in this version. There we go. Got him. Okay. Gotta avoid the boats. I can't be completely asleep at the wheel here. But yeah, fundamentally, like the whole water ski thing, you're getting closer and closer to the top of the screen. So stuff that's spawning will like inevitably spawn. I saw it coming. I held right. Didn't get the diver, and the plane's gonna show up. Probably. Yep. That part seems weirdly consistent here compared to the Amiga one. But yeah, like you can't react to the obstacles, so you have to just guess and be lucky. And it doesn't really matter how responsive the version of the game is or how much leeway you get, like that's still gonna be how it functions. That plane is never coming down further on the screen. The patterns, like I can let go to like give myself more room. But that's not helping because it's not like, oh, let me hang back while I dodge the rocks and then I'll catch up for this period when there won't be any rocks, because that's not how it works. It's just kind of, it's random, but also it seems somewhat evenly distributed. There we go. Like the rocks, the obstacles seem to come at a fairly even pace. I kind of, you know, demonstrated the fact that you can sort of hang back and go slower. Ironically, it seems like if I hadn't done that, I might have had a shot at actually catching up more, but I held right! I need to just instantly go left, because there's always a diver on the left. This part could go so much faster. But on the other hand, if we get the harpoon water ski section, then we just have the final stage left. So we're still mostly done with the game. Yeah, it's so funny that like stage 3, when you grab the plane, is pretty short and simple. And then according to the game's manual, this is stage 4 and 5. Technically, this is stage 2. And the trucks are also stage 2. Like part 2. Okay. Left. Oh, dude, the jukes. Oh, that's the strat. If I miss the diver, just fucking hit a boat for a quick reset. I shot the harpoon. Let's hit a boat. Wait, what? Oh, I held up. When you hold up, you dive under the surface, so you're boat invincible. Go for world record score, yeah, I guess. In the cheated trainer category, I guess. Kind of interesting that this part isn't random, though. Is it interesting? I don't know that it's interesting. It's noteworthy. Because it's different. But yeah, so the way the left-right controls work here, you snap, like you drift very firmly towards being like straight below. But yeah, so you can shoot the left onto, yeah. Although I guess you just drift. But as soon as you can kind of just see the controls. Like you can see that it's infuriating. There's no like tapping and hovering and staying further to the left or right. I mean, it's not like you literally cannot do it, but it missed. So you can miss. That's the same in the other versions, but I thought I was being consistent with my aim there. But yeah, the first time I like sort of jokingly suggested that, oh, I wonder if I'm supposed to get a harpoon and shoot it at the plane. Basically what we just saw happened, where I just hit nothing, and there's no indication. But the manual does make it pretty clear that that's what you're supposed to do. Go for the right side. But yeah, because the horizontal speed is still so both fast and kind of erratic. Holding up. I think I died? Nope, we beat the stage. Okay. The little reticles, we can land on the truck. You see the reticle in the Amiga version for like a split second when you press the button to jump. Oh, there we go. Oh, dude, that's sick. Oh, a little delay. Oh, I guess we have infinite health, though, so it should be fine. Like, the way they made the tank, like, separate. It's a very satisfying sound. Not visually the most spectacular, but... I'm losing health. Okay. Seems like maybe I need to tackle with the cabin. Okay. Did what? What on earth happened there? It's similar to that mystery death I took by driving off-road in the Amiga version, except it looked like I was still on the road when it happened. Okay. Well, no, okay, so I take damage in this level. Aim at the back of it, and it says jump. Oh, I see. Being off-road drains your health. Now I get it. Yeah, so I'm impervious to Stinger missiles, but not dirt. The turbine. We're playing with trainers. I'm not supposed to have infinite time, but the number counter on the bottom is not a timer, strictly speaking. It's the bonus counter, which appears to be glitched and or cheated throughout the entire game. Oh, my Bond playtime? Yes, we finished the Amiga version. So we're currently doing some sightseeing, some exploration of other versions of the game. We did eventually get the legitimate Not no miss, but I think we took 1 death and completed the game with 3 lives remaining. Very satisfying. Even though I'm invincible and not caring that much, I'm still trying to keep my eyes on the road here, so apologies for missing or misreading chat. Okay, so I think this is Sanchez. Or the last truck, anyway. Amiga version didn't make it super clear whether he was in it or not. The manual seems to claim he was, but it also claimed that he would have a Stinger missile. Are we going to see a crashed plane up here? Oh, no. Maybe that was the third. I'm not keeping count. Or maybe it's a little different. Who knows? I like the visuals, though. Dodging, yeah. Every stage almost seems significantly harder in this one than the Amiga version. So I'm kind of glad that I didn't... I'm glad that I stuck with the Amiga version. I'm glad that I stuck with my attempt to finish it legitimately. Because if I would have felt frustrated with that and switched to this version to see if it was any easier, I would have had a rough time. Okay, that was a little unusual. I died. I have 0 lives now. I'm guessing the other bar at the bottom there is the timer. Okay. I guess that's just, that was probably something weird happened. Like, I reached the place where I died is the place where the stage ended. So there's probably just something with the trainer that is messing up the stage end trigger. I would assume. This is the You Only Live Twice theme, sort of, almost, but not quite, which is a choice. A lot of the charm of this game is the graphical flair of the Amiga version. Yeah, I would agree. I still think this game looks like, in isolation, this looks nice. It's like a reasonably impressive recreation of the Amiga graphics for the C64. But it's like, aside from running very smoothly, it's hard not to see it as just kind of a lesser version than the Amiga one. I like the easy readability of the HUD in this version, but the ridiculously ostentatious Amiga HUD is so charming that it's like the lack of readability is easy. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, I would still take the Amiga HUD over this. And the music too, like, overall, like, I feel like if the Amiga version hadn't existed, the C64 version would seem cooler than it ultimately does, because it's not a lot of what it adds or changes feels like it's like additive. It's like a replacement at best. How am I finding watching the early Bond films? Well, we haven't watched many of the very early ones. We watched Goldfinger, and that one was excellent. I mean, obviously, it depends on your definition of early, but we watched Goldfinger, and we watched A View to a Kill, which A View to a Kill is like, I had that film on VHS as a kid, and I had like the comic adaptation of it. So for some reason, like, that was like the Bond movie for me as a kid. Though despite that, like, I didn't remember any of the plot or half the set pieces. But it's just like kind of a comfy childhood film for me. I wouldn't say that I particularly like it, but it's just, you know, it's very watchable. It's never really boring. But it's also not like super riveting either. But it was fine. We watched Live and Let Die, which is, I would say, also more of an uneven one. It has like really awesome villains and a cool vibe, but it's got a pretty meandering plot that's a bit eh. And I don't know, it doesn't feel super great. Like, the whole, there's a major plot element of this girl who's like the bad guy's slave, and like 50-year-old Roger Moore shows up to like seduce this, I don't know, teenager or however old she's supposed to be, and they like their romantic relationship is like mega uncomfortable because it's like not. I mean, yes, you get your typical like, oh, it's 60s, 70s movies, whatever. Like, sure, yeah. You know, Goldfinger is not without scenes of Bond physically forcing himself upon women trying to kill him and somehow falling for him in the process. But in Live and Let Die, I feel like it's sort of extra icky because it's the kind of the power dynamics between the characters. Like, I mean, for me at least, obviously that kind of thing is going to be very subjective. I don't find it to be like uncomfortable to the point of being a deal breaker, but it's kind of conspicuous, and I find it hard to completely overlook. Well, MTI, what you're kind of thinking of is he would often say those kinds of things about View to a Kill, but Live and Let Die was Roger Moore's first movie. But it's still like, I mean, he is incredibly handsome in that film. I could see a woman falling for him. But again, it's more about the kind of the power dynamics that get a little uncomfortable. But it was still fairly enjoyable. Like, it has really enjoyable parts in it. I'm looking forward to watching more Roger Moore films. There's going to be at least one or two that we get to watch over the course of this, including the next one, which we'll get to soon. But after that, we watched well, in between, I guess, we watched the two Timothy Dalton movies, Living Daylights and License to Kill, neither of which I was familiar with. Like, I'd never seen before them. But License to Kill is fucking incredible. Like, that's an amazing spy action movie, like revenge thriller, whatever. It's like pretty dark and violent, but also like just a good spy plot. Like, I don't know, the character of Bond is really captivating in that film. Like, he's playing fucking 4D chess against and Sanchez is a great villain too, and he gets a lot of screen time, which is not true of all villains. Zetsubera, you came in at the second end. We finished the Amiga version a while back, so now we're just kind of checking out some other versions, and we cheated our way through the Commodore 64 version just to kind of see what it had to offer. Let me catch up. Is that the one where the girl is hiding in the closet and Moneypenny helps cover up for M, and Bond uses the magnet to unzip her dress? Yes, that's the opening scene. Well, it's not the opening scene, it's the scene which introduces Roger Moore's Bond. Which is kind of a weird scene because it's like M and Moneypenny like call Bond in the middle of the night and like shows up in his house, and Bond is like, oh shit. Like, he has to hide the fact that he's having consensual sexual relations with a woman. Like, it's James Bond. It's not like, I don't know. That's so weird. Like, I don't understand the premise of that scene. Like, is he gonna be embarrassed in front of M because he hooked up with someone? I don't know. That's kind of weird. I at least don't really get it. But yeah, the movies overall have been of varying quality, but none of them have been boring for sure. And the next one that we're going to be watching, let's see, will be, we've played License to Kill. We're still going to take a look at one or maybe two versions here before we wrap up for today. But next up will be The Spy Who Loved Me. So we're going to be watching that soon enough. I haven't scheduled anything, but I don't know, maybe Tuesday? We'll see. I need to think about this. I might be a little bit busy with some stuff in the coming week, but we need to find some time to watch this before we play the game. What would I do in that situation? Look, I'm not the one impeding. Like, if I'm minding my own business, asleep in bed with my girlfriend or date or whatever, and my boss fucking rings on the door and comes waltzing in, what do I have to apologize for? I mean, if she, like, has to leave because my boss is about to give me some super secret top agent spy information, I mean, that's fine. But, like, why does it have to be a secret that she was the... I don't know. Maybe it's implied that it's illegal for Bond to bring dates to his super spy house. I don't know. If that's the case, that's not really made clear in the film. Oh, what do I know? It's all rather British. Maybe, yeah, it's just a cultural thing, I guess. Never seen 2 with the Dalton one. Don't want to see License to Kill. Robert Davi seemingly lit every freaking action movie in that time period. Yeah, I mean, I would not hesitate to recommend that movie to anyone. Like, it's an amazing action film. I like The Living Daylights a lot too. Like, I think License to Kill is easily the better film of the two. The thing with The Living Daylights is that it's like the first half of it is amazing, but then it sort of runs out of steam. It doesn't have like very satisfying villains, and the conclusion is a bit... I mean, it's not just that the conclusion is a bit weak, but like I said, the second half, last third-ish, is just kind of... Like, once all the kind of pieces are in play, it kind of loses excitement. Like, in the beginning of the film, or the first half or so, it's exciting because it has like a really good spy intrigue plot, and there's a lot of mystery to what's going on. But once there no longer really is any mystery, it just kind of runs out of steam. Timothy Dalton is still very good, but he's also like, there's more attempts at like quipping, which is really uncomfortable and weird. Like, it doesn't really fit his take on the character, and he doesn't deliver those bits very well. But that's more of a problem of the script than his performance. He's still good, but in License to Kill, like, it's a script that is much better tuned to like Dalton's version of Bond, and you get to see a very different side of the character. That's like, he's just so much more convincing in that kind of ruthless killer part, but also he's like really smart and clever. And like I said, like Robert Davi, he's great as Sanchez, and he has like a lot of screen time, and there's a lot of scenes between Bond and Sanchez, which is not always the case in these movies, right? So they have an actual relationship that develops over the course of the film. Am, who's like the main Bond girl, I guess, sort of. She has like an active part in the film, but also kind of her own motivations. It might have the most Q screen time of any Bond film, which is also pretty fun, because it's not like... It's kind of cool because the premise of the film is very unlike pretty much any other Bond movie, but then towards the end of the film, it sort of... Other elements are brought in, and it sort of coalesces, I don't know, dovetails into this more conventional Bond ending, where like the last act is very Bond, and I don't know, it's just an amazing movie. Definitely recommend it. The point of having a super secret hideout if you can't have sex in it? I mean, I do not have an answer to that question. That's a very fair statement. Anyway, Spy Who Loved Me will happen at some point in the future. We're still on Mission 7, License to Kill. But I think we've seen what we need to see of the Commodore 64 version. So let's see if we can boot up some other version. Let's, get some other music going here in the background as we shut this down. And see here, yeah, like I said, the CPC version seems likely to have some more unique visuals, right? Well, let's see if we can find. Image here that we can load up and play and see how that works. Nice cover art sick, and then just the Windows 3.1 girls cut and shot at the bottom. Yeah, we look. So I have. We can take a look at this. Let's see. Yeah. So. Yeah, you got the close up of Sanchez's face in the background and Bond with his weird haircut, you know, ready for action. And yeah, the cut-in picture of the girls is so, like, you could easily taken that out and it would have been awesome. Back of the box showing the Bond grabbing Sanchez's plane. Yeah, so here's the other box. Let's see if I have another. Yeah, here's the picture, by the way, that's used for the intro. I like this back of the other box. Yeah, there we go. It's a slightly cleaner scan. Like, this is still a bit, I don't know, funky, but at least the different elements are incorporated like in a slightly more sensible way. I still prefer the white and red cover. That's why I put it there. But yeah, you could have like have some sort of a. Like, you could literally have this entire thing on the bottom right with all the different characters and the explosion and the plane and whatever. Like, you could literally cut all of this into the bottom right-hand corner of the other box, and it would have still looked a lot better than the weird, like, box. Yeah, this is definitely far more, like, amateurish, but, like, at least the individual... Like, none of the individual elements stand out as really weird as in the other box, but none of them look as good either, so that makes sense. All right, now let me see if I have Living Daylights, License to Kill. Two different images here. One of them should work. I think I need Joy to Key probably. Well, let me see if I can configure that. Probably gonna get some weird UAOP type controls here. Let me set up the capture. I have these like nested oh, there we go. That's why I have to change the capture method. That's why. Yeah, I have this like nested groups with hiding and showing stuff, and sometimes OBS gets a little glitchy with whether it wants to actually show stuff. But let's see how this goes. License to Kill. Try to open this, which seems like it's got a crack. And let's update the game information. Oh, this is pretty sick. Pretty cool. That's not in the other versions. So I'm not sure. It's interesting about the other... Oh, there we go. It's interesting how some of the other versions had credits for like every version included. Like you boot it up on the Amiga and it shows you like the programming credit for the Amiga, the Amstrad, the Atari, the Commodore, like all these different versions. It's kind of funky. Oh, there's some drops still here. I think hopefully this is going to work without having to reconfigure anything. Oh, I guess we can do this. Like whether whether it was configured that way or not, having George key set up, I'll just reconfigure it that way and should be fine. No trainer in this one, so let's see how it goes. Yeah. Again, same music tracks with no unique flair. Okay, my damage is building up and I can't see, like, I guess these are the things that's shooting at me. Dude, there's like screen tearing. I like that my lives are little helicopters. I'm too scared to press up or down. Because you have the altitude meter. And if I go even slightly below max altitude, I'll start crashing into things. At least the scrolling is happening at a set rate. But I'll move back further in the screen, so if I want to go up, I'll decrease my... Yeah, see, this is kind of what I'm saying. Now I'm going way faster. Confusing. The level layout and, like, the enemy placements are all different. Yeah, I'm not getting through this unscathed. The bullets are so fucking hard to see. I guess we'll see if we manage to even beat one stage of this. So I'm not even sure if I can fly over any of these buildings. I guess we should do that, like, try to science that out. Maybe these big buildings I can't. Or maybe I... You know what? Let's find out. Oh, okay. But I'm a little scared to press up or down, that's for sure. CPC color. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Like, I like... Some games just have a nice... vibrant look to them, because there's like, I don't know anything about the technical specs. No, okay. I couldn't fly over that building, even though I could fly over an identical one previously. There's like some, it's not that it's got a higher screen resolution necessarily, but there's like less tile repetition. Feels like CPC games seem to have like very bright colors, yes, and not that many of them, but there's still like in other aspects there's like more details squeezed into like lower fidelity graphics somehow. Oh, what's up, Ash? Happy Saturday. But I've played very few CPC games. Like the only time I've bothered with it is for these kinds of marathon and theme streams. Like I played the Final Fight and Double Dragon games. Technically, we played the Amstrad version of the very first Batman game, although that wasn't an Amstrad game originally, I guess. And I don't know that the Amstrad version of that was particularly representative of the system, but I have no clue. So we're currently messing around, if you're just joining us, with various different computer versions of License to Kill. We finished the Amiga version, miraculously using no kinds of cheats or anything. Oh, that's there in the end of the stage. Okay, do I jump out here? Oh, I think we did it. Okay. Okay, aiming. Slightly more civilized in this version, maybe? There's like less going on, which is probably a blessing. Bullet speed a lot slower, which is nice. Yeah, this stage was incredibly difficult. We played through the Commodore 64 version, just to kind of check it out. Like, and this is so much more readable, too. I actually shoot pretty quickly. Guy's gonna start running, so... Maybe... Yep, there we go. So in this version, I just hold the button to go into aim mode, and when I let go, I shoot. I can actually tell which way I'm aiming. I can tap the button once to shoot once. This is so much easier than the other versions. Yeah, playing the Amiga version was actually very satisfying because it seemed incredibly impossible at first. But once you started getting the hang of things, kind of develop some strats. Oh, okay, so looking at the HUD for this level, I guess we don't get little Bond faces or something for the lives, but just it says 007 twice, so that means I have 2 lives remaining. Aiming is still a little finicky, but at least you're not getting shot at by 8,000 bullets at once. I can kind of take it easy here. That's nice. Thing surprised about the Amiga version, they kept the detail of Dalton using the Beretta. Other games would just use the Walter. Yeah, I guess he I was gonna say, does he like not use his service gun because he hands it in? I forget if he does, but it's also like one of those things where they definitely made some changes here and there. But I think there's a shot in the trailer, right, where he very clearly talks like his Walther. And there's that other promo shot, but of course the the promo shots are kind of whatever. They're not necessarily representative of happening in the film. Bond runs faster than a bullet. I mean, it's video game Bond. It's games Bond, right? Only fair. But you're in luck. If you want bullets to be faster, you can always play the Amiga or Commodore 64 version, especially the Commodore version. You're not outrunning any bullets there, that's for sure. Alright, so the one thing here is you cannot make aim adjustments without shooting your gun. Which hypothetically might be sort of wasteful of bullets, but you're ultimately ending up using your bullets more accurately and effectively in this version anyway. I'm still used to like pre-aiming, getting my aim ready before I get to where I need to be. The bullets like actually don't get stuck on everything. You don't get stuck on everything like in the Amiga version. You'll get curving bullets with the scrolling. Nice. Okay, that guy seems a little hard to get. Gonna start running. Not getting very far. There's my bullets, but you know what? Let's not worry about that guy. Angles are a little funky. Ah, he's shooting at me though. That's not good. Oh, dude, it took out all 3 of them. That's sick. No explosion though. Concept of pre-aiming, it doesn't make you feel super cool. That's definitely some like it makes me think of like all these fucking Batman games where you have to like go into first-person aiming mode to aim your batarangs. Like you can't do anything smoothly in the heat of combat. It's like not a good feature there either, but like for clunky, I can't even say early 3D games, but like 3D games with clunky controls that haven't maybe quite figured out how you just want to have a simple, quick way of doing things that a character would be able to do, like smoothly and quickly. For this, it's just needless overcomplication of what reasonably should be pretty simple mechanics. Well, honestly, forget twin stick shooting. Like, you could just not have the whole aiming mechanic in the first place. Like, you could just either shoot the way you're facing or upwards, and that would be so much easier and better. Oh. See the bullet there. So, also in the Amiga version, you have exactly 5 hits. You can get shot 5 times, and then you die. I feel like I have a lot more health in this version. Like, it didn't occur to me... Like, yeah, you have the health bar, the damage meter, it's going up slowly, whatever. I'm nearing the end of the level, and I still have bonus left. Crazy. But it just occurred to me that, like, oh yeah, I definitely have gotten hit more than that version would have allowed me. But it's also so much easier. Like, it took me hours, or at least an hour, and many attempts before I got this far. Here, it's like literal first try. Alright, we're up to the runway. Basically the end of the level. It's funny how, like, this version has more enemies. But because their bullets are slower, they shoot way less. Aiming is easier. Like, it's still by far the easiest version, even though it has by a pretty significant margin the most enemies. Alright, we have to align ourselves with the tail of Sanchez's plane here. Okay, I got the reticle to appear. Oh, there we go. Got him. Alright, we cleared stage 3. Contra shooter. Yeah, you can definitely do, like, a more... Like, that's why I was surprised that there's only one gun shooting level in the entire game. Okay, swimming. Oh, okay. Plane literally appears before anything else. Okay, I need a... There we go. Diver. Okay. I didn't take damage, but I didn't get a harpoon either. So you need to... You need to kill a diver. There we go. Now I have a harpoon. Oh, it's so slow. There we go. Are these the obstacles? I don't know what these things are, but I probably shouldn't hit them. This is stage 5, by the way. Okay, speeds up like crazy. I think we did it, or I might have died. Nope. Okay, we did it. Stage 6. Oh, I'm in the truck right away. Taking damage in this version. Dude, why did I take 60% damage from trying to... Okay. Can I go faster? Nope. So miles is how many miles Sanchez has until he reaches the border. Okay, so am I supposed to... Yeah, okay. My cabin is vulnerable, but the tanker part isn't. Are there no jeeps in this version? I guess not. Well, we have 2 lives, so... I need to bait them over there. Just rub my gas tank. Okay, I guess 1 or 2 tankers left. Use the same strat. Oh. Bump combat. 40 miles. Can we catch up? We destroyed 3 tankers, right? So I guess the next one should be Sanchez? Or could have just cut him off there, I think. But... Well done, James. Mission complete. You have smashed Sanchez's evil drug empire, I think that says. Fucking first try 1cc. This version seems a little bit easier than the other ones, wouldn't you say? It's pretty cool, though. Oh, yeah, right. High altitude. Actually, we did get to hear the high score song there a little bit. I was going to say, I guess I'll just game over here and we get to see the high score. I mean, this version is more playable. It's easier. Is it better than either of the other versions? I don't know. I mean, I managed to legitimately clear the Amiga version, so I can't really say too much about it being too hard. I mean, level 2 is frustrating as hell in ways that are specific to that version, not seen in this or the Commodore version, just due to how the collision works and like Bond just getting caught on the scenery and shit. Like, I like the relaxing feel of Stage 2 in this version. But this is missing a lot of little touches from the Amiga version. Like, the helicopter isn't standing there on the runway at the end of Stage 2. There's no parachuting animation at the end of Stage 3. Even the end of the game, which is like a little anticlimactic and odd in the Amiga version, still has more going on than the C64 version of this. Anyway, I guess I can catch up with chat. Crazy, there's no Japanese Bond games. Yeah. Oh, I cleared the level. Okay, nice. Because I'm actually safe where I spawn at the beginning of this stage, unlike the other versions. Yeah, we commented on that, I think, Macaw, when we were kind of going over the game lists, because I had the same thought. Like the original, well, I guess if you want to get really technical about it, the SG-1000 port of the Parker Brothers game, it was released in Japan, so I'm like imagining that it would have to be developed for the Japanese market, presumably by a Japanese company, but I don't know. Obviously, I know what you're saying, and we're talking about like original Japanese designed games. Because yeah, like I don't know specifically, but like just instinctively it would seem to me that surely James Bond must have been incredibly popular in Japan. Like I can't quantify that or like explain why specifically, other than like seeing influences on other like pop cultural stuff from the 70s and 80s and whatever. But it just like Bond seems like the thing that was like scientifically engineered to appeal to Japanese tastes, like in that time period. I mean, maybe less so in the, in this time period, but at that point, there would already be decades of built up, what do you even call it? Just a cultural foundation. I don't know. Like of all the kind of Western film series and whatever, like obviously Bond has a big like global appeal, but there's just something about it that seems like very compatible with the kind of, and not just Japan for that matter, like I guess it's like very compatible with the kind of spy stories and comic books and whatever else. Yeah, there's certainly like stuff that has very clear Bond inspiration in terms of games. But it seems like Bond would have been very, very popular. But yeah, and that's kind of, I think, what the only conclusion I can sort of come to, not having any insider knowledge, but I know at least in the modern day, the rights holders, whether it's Eon or whoever, like are very, they're known for being protective of the brand, but also not the easiest to work with. Yeah, I mean, Golgo 13 is like the obvious like closest sort of one-to-one analog. But I mean, I feel like you could see Bond in, I don't know, Lupin the Third. There's Bond in Cobra for sure. Like everything, like every Butch Teresawa protagonist is like James Bond in space, or James Bond in future medieval Japan, or James Bond in Cyberpunk Hong Kong or whatever. But yeah, like I can't know, but I suppose it wouldn't be out of the question to imagine that license wrangling in order to have like Japanese developers have a hand in something to do with Bond game-wise just ended up being too complicated. Because like, I mean, there's plenty of movies that you could have imagined have had Japanese versions that I guess didn't have them for whatever reasons. But there's also plenty that did, and certainly didn't necessarily have to come from a Japanese company licensing the IP to begin with. Like, you know, you have shit like The Karate Kid and Jaws, like being developed by Atlas or whatever, because they were just contracted out to develop them. But I think it's also like a timing thing, where, because you don't even have many console games to begin with. Kind of shocking Konami or someone never got commissioned for such a project. But that's the thing, right? Like, yes, Bond, in a sense, was, I'm sure, could be seen as a bit of an evergreen IP. But at the same time, I wonder if it would have been a, like, I don't know if like kids in America were big into Bond in like the mid to late 80s through the early 90s. I mean, I'm not saying they weren't. I'm just not. I could see someone being hard to convince, or you know, if you look at a company like, I don't know, like LJN or Acclaim or whoever was like Ocean, like, I don't know if Domark had the license like on lockdown, but anyone who was like making stuff like that, I wonder if the combination of like the Bond IP, yeah, I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. The combination of the Bond IP maybe not being as easy to, like, perceived as not being as easy a sell to kids as some other stuff, as well as like the rights holders maybe being more difficult to work with. Isn't James Bond not meant for a young audience? I think that's, I mean, certainly License to Kill wasn't very kid friendly, but it was still popular with kids, and it doesn't, I mean, there's plenty of like R-rated films that had NES games. I wouldn't say that's the, I wouldn't have taken that to be the limiting factor per se, but I think there's probably a combination of factors like that. But again, like, I think the timing is such that, you know, you had not a big time gap. Like, A View to a Kill was 85, and The Living Daylights was 87, and this was 89, and then the big gap was between License to Kill and GoldenEye. Yeah, films were PG. Of course, film ratings prior to the, like, the mid-80s were pretty different than they are now. Because, like, wasn't Gremlins rated PG? Like, I want to say it was, like, Gremlins and something else that, like, that sort of led to the introduction of the PG-13 rating. Like, I want to say Temple of Doom was another, like, famously PG-rated movie that, like, would struggle, like, would most likely get an R rating today. The Undocumentary, someone been a big fuss over License to Kill being PG-13. I mean, looking at that, I mean, that movie, I feel like it seems, I mean, not that I'm like super in tune with that kind of stuff with American ratings or what have you, but I feel like License to Kill is rather violent for a film to have that kind of rating. But anyway, like I said, I mean, there were several RoboCop games. Dirty Harry and Rambo and whatever else on, you know, Platoon is on the NES, right? So I feel like I don't think that would have been a deal breaker. But I think for some, like, the reason I would think the NES is maybe a different story, but like third-party development didn't really kind of kick into gear until, like, I would say 88, 89. And at that point, I guess, I'm not saying like the Bond franchise was like doing poorly or anything, but it wasn't maybe in the most, like, you know, active and popular with this movie coming out and then being dormant for a while after. But especially if you look at that period in the, you know, what could have come out for the Super Nintendo, for example, or even a late NES game. Yeah, we got James Bond Jr., but there were no films to base the games on. Sure, you know, there are plenty of Bond games that aren't based on films, but I can see that also being kind of a... I mean, I guess if there had been a couple of Bond games for the NES and Super Nintendo, it would seem obvious, like self-evident that there should have been, and of course they were. Now that there aren't, we kind of go like, well, I can see, I don't know. It sure would have been a natural fit. There was the Mega Drive game, but that's kind of it, really. What's so violent in License to Kill? Well, there's one person who explodes. One person gets partially eaten by a shark. One person gets ground to just mush in a giant frog making machine. There's some people that die very gruesome deaths, but it's also pretty just the tone of it is very violent and kind of grim. Like, the whole premise of the film is that Bond goes on like a personal vendetta of like murderous revenge, which is like pretty damn different from like jovial 70-year-old Roger Moore bumbling around having sex with women a third his age. So I mean, it was definitely a bit of a shift. Well, there was Living Daylights in between, but still. Stop running wild. Cartoons based on rated R properties. Anyway, I guess we got our accidental first try 1cc of the Amstrad version of License to Kill. I was not quite expecting that, but we take those. That was cool. I'm glad we didn't start with this version. I think we got the most authentic, pristine experience by focusing on the Amiga version. Well, let's see then. That was quicker than expected. These are kind of the versions that I was expecting to play. Let's see. Maybe we can remember which emulator I used. Let's see if we can maybe investigate the Spectrum version. Let's see. I need a little bit of documentation here to consult real quick. I guess we use that. Let me just check. All right, let's shut this down. And let's see if we can do this. Let's see if I actually have the games. For the game, I should say. Living Daylights. Use Armory. We'll get to that. All right, I need to extract some files here. A little bit of organization. Wow, okay, there's like a billion versions here. Okay, bear with me for a sec. This. Yes, let's see if I remember how to use this emulator. Always exciting challenge. This time he wants revenge. Oh yeah, I think there was another credit. This version might have been ported by a different company. I'm not sure. I didn't have time to see it. Music's familiar enough at this point. I think I should have the same keyboard controls here. Like one. Yeah, set this up. There we go. I've never been able to successfully get any kind of actual joystick emulation in Spectrum to really work reliably. So, Joy2Key it is. Yeah, Kempston is like a brand of joystick, I guess. Yeah, so this kind of looks more similar to the Spectrum, or the Amstrad version than anything else. Yeah, we got the same, like, helicopter icons. Pretty smooth and playable. The altimeter is not very easy to read, but the bullets are a little more visible, perhaps. Firing from off screen, taking a lot of damage here, but at the classic Spectrum challenge of color coding not really being a factor here in making things legible. But I think, you know, as sad as it is that there's not more, like, kind of 8 or 16-bit console Bond games, the Mega Drive game is, you know, it's also pretty British. Okay, I pressed up, I flew into the fence. I got impatient. It's got some cool stuff going for it. It's also, yeah, it's very difficult. I had that game as a kid, actually, but, yeah, I don't expect do very well in that game. It's one of those games where it has like giant sprawling maze levels where you have to rescue hostages in each level, and you basically have to map it out. And even when you have it mapped out, it's kind of oh, okay, full speed and full altitude here. You just have to sort of execute it really well, and I don't know, having actual, like, I never mapped anything out when I was playing it as a kid, so I don't know. Okay, there's the Jeep. I think we did it. Yeah, this is quite playable. Very similar to the Amstrad version. A little harder to see just with the enemies not standing out color-wise, of course, but I still actually avoid stuff. And in this version, the bullets actually kind of stop when the screen scrolls. They don't fucking bend to alter their trajectory and hit you. Getting a little lost. Yeah, it's funny. I was really dreading all these European computer games, but I think at this point, the SNES James Bond Jr. game is maybe one that I'm the most nervous about. But yeah, I was gonna say, like, we didn't get much in that vein. But there's at least, like, the Game Boy game that seems really fascinating. And, the like once we get to the sort of the PS1 N64 stuff, like there's a pretty decent variety in some of those earlier 3D bonds. Like I guess, you know, we talked about this before that even if some of these early games are pretty janky and clunky and awkward and sometimes very difficult and frustrating, there hasn't been a single game so far that I've just been kind of bored with and uninterested with. Like, they've all been intriguing, and they've all had something unique going for them, because they all have, like, such different takes on the kind of Bond concept. And eventually, once we get into kind of the 3D era, that sort of stops being the case. But not really entirely. Like, things get a little bit more streamlined and homogeneous in a sense, just in terms of, you know, games in general became more homogenized, you know, in the 2000s. But I think there's going to be some interesting variety, even among the different like first-person shooters and stuff. But the Game Boy game definitely is one of the ones I'm the most curious. But I ran out of shots. Okay, I shouldn't have shot all those barrels, I guess. I wonder if I can just pacifist this level, because it's funny enough, right? Oh, shit. If I walk into enemies, I kill them, but I take damage. So they make up, like, actual walls, like human shields here. Okay. So I was gonna say, like, I can make them sort of run away by getting close to them, usually. Like, there's no way for me to get new ammo. I believe it could be done, but I ran into too many guys. We're close to the end of the level. Let's sprint. We did it. Alright. Alright, I can't go further up on screen here, though, so... Oh, got him. Every game in the 2000s was trying to beat GoldenEye. Well, a few of them. Some a little bit less so. But they still did it kind of different ways, I feel like. And it was attempts made by different developers. But you're right, though. Like, that's probably kind of the least interesting era. I fucking get a harpoon. There we go. I got a harpoon. Get some boats out of the way. Oh, nice. Dude, okay. Deep shit. I'm catching up real fast. Okay, there we go. Just apply the same strats. Faster, please. So what if I start on the right side? Whoa, off. Okay, I need to do the rest of the level perfectly. Okay. Flip through the tanker. Okay, there's 50 miles left. Even have an extra life insurance here. Ah! Okay. Got a little greedy before. Yeah, you take damage from the dirt. Which is a bit silly. I mean, not that these are off-road vehicles or anything, but you would think slamming into other vehicles like more harmful. Alright, there we go. That was the third one, right? So I think that's Sanchez coming up then. Be a little patient, wait for him to go maximum left. There we go. Was there one more in this one? No jeeps, so pretty relaxing. We have it. Well done, James. Mission complete. You've smashed Sanchez's evil drug empire. Feels pretty good. All right, let me catch up with chat. I'm just gonna loop. Yeah, this is pretty much the same as the Amstrad version, which is pretty easy. Wait, did I lose a life? Didn't I have 2 lives when I? No, I lost a life in the truck level. Right. That's right. The NES Metroid-like is supposed to be great.
Yeah.
Referring to what now? Yeah, there's a bunch of different, like I said, some of the PS1 and 64, PS2, like around that era, like I haven't played any of them really, but it'll still be kind of an interesting mix. I think there's stuff like yeah, like we played a little bit of Rogue Agent. I got a copy of that game, and that seems like so abysmally mediocre and dreadful and just completely blah. I just hope for those kinds of games that they're not going to be too difficult and tedious and frustrating, because if they're just bad and boring, like I can deal with that just fine. But if they're also really hard, like that's what gets tough for me. Yeah, I think, I mean, the whole reason, one of the reasons anyway, I chose to challenge the history of Bond games out of all potential themes is that you do get a nice, like, chronological spread. You get a nice spread of game types, genres, developers, platforms, a lot of different types of experiences. Some are going to be closer to, together than others. But I don't think we're going to have any stretches of playing through, like... I mean, maybe the worst stuff is going to be, like, 4 or 5 versions of Quantum of Solace back-to-back. I was going to say that, with Batman, we had, like, so much Lego stuff that was not all back-to-back, but there wasn't a lot of... Like, there was some stuff where there's a lot of Lego, and that just got pretty tedious. And that's the other thing, too. Like, the newest game in this entire list is from 2012. And that's kind of right before, like, big games started getting, like, out of hand in terms of scope and scale, which is really nice. Oh, you're talking about the James Bond Jr. Yeah, that's, I forget, was that a Software Creations game? It has it's very British, I know that much. But I forget if it's them or if it was someone else that did, like... But it seems interesting, though, I agree. I haven't, like, I've deliberately tried to stay in the dark on it, so I haven't, I don't know much about it, but I know that I think it has, like, levels, but it's still got a bit of exploration. You have to, like, find scientists, or it's like every level has a different thing that you have to do, and, like, running around and finding stuff or whatever. So it's not just, like, pure running to the end of the stage shooting dudes. Which, ironically enough, like, the Mega Drive game also has the hostages stuff, and, like, you fight villains in what's not exactly boss fights. They're just kind of hanging out in the level. It's a bit odd. I guess the Super Nintendo one is maybe more generic like that, but there's hardly any, if any at all, like, Bond games that are just, your bog standard run from the left to the right, defeating enemies and get to the goal and fight a boss kind of games. Which seems peculiar, but I'm glad that we get to see so many other different takes on it. I want to say The Spy Who Loved Me, if it's the game I think it is looks a bit similar to this, but I think it's kind of a Spy Hunter sort of thing almost. It's like driving. But then we got the Spectrum. Actually, you know what? Why don't we look at the game list for a little bit? You can enjoy the Spectrum jams. seems like a oxymoron, but oh, and Wordito, thank you for the bits. Kind of lost in the shuffle there. I appreciate it. So next up again will be The Spy Who Loved Me. He's Bond. He's back. He's 007, which I kind of feel is covered under that first period, or the first point. Also a generic, nondescript Bond there. I still love this cover. It's pretty sick. I like the idea of, like, whenever there wasn't a new Bond movie, fuck it, we'll just make a game based on an old one. Which is like a surprisingly recurring thing. Not consistently per se, but we did get the From Russia with Love game in the 2000s as well. He's blonde, not well. He wasn't at this point. But there was, of course, this huge. Well, I shouldn't say huge, but they wanted to seem like they were huge. I don't know if the website is still up, but there was like this big campaign when Daniel Craig was cast. That was called Bond's Not Blonde, because they were mad that Daniel Craig had the wrong hair color to play James Bond, I guess. I would like to think that he managed to overcome that handicap and deliver a solid performance regardless. But, you know, some people are very opinionated. Mission number 9 will be James Bond: The Stealth Affair. This one I'm very excited about, and this is going to be such a departure. Full-on French this time, point-and-click adventure. This game was, of course, developed not as a licensed James Bond game, but rather a Bond pastiche. But the official James Bond license was slapped onto this game, which, interestingly enough, speaking of Bond's appeal in the, in outside of Europe, they did actually add the James Bond license for the US market specifically. Although it's still fair to say that the point-and-click adventure game genre for home computers would not have been the most kid-aimed type of game. So maybe some of that, the logic I was talking about with Bond maybe not being the biggest appeal for kind of an NES type thing. Maybe there's some, holds some water. I don't know. I've been told that this game is... I played this game a little bit as a kid. A friend of mine had this, the Operation Stealth version. And as I recall, we didn't really get anywhere in it. But I've heard bits and pieces of kind of what to expect from Delphine Software adventure games. And I understand that it's not that long. It's pretty linear, but it's very particular about what you're supposed to do and where and when and how. So I suppose it's going to be the more elevated version of the experience we had with the text adventures, which was definitely that way. The thing is, though, it's still a point-and-click adventure, so I fully expect that with enough time and patience and advice and hints and help, we are not going to run the risk of being incapable of seeing this game through from beginning to end. We'll have to find out when we get there to what degree we are going to be, relying on those kinds of things. I don't feel like I'm the most patient person. I don't necessarily like playing point-and-click adventures where I have to think too hard on stream because I feel like it's stressful. But we'll just see how it shakes out. It's got a very cool vibe. I think for sure it'll easily be the most visually exciting game of all of them so far when we get there. Which is kind of crazy, like, so many Bond games and, License to Kill on the Amiga was cool. And I'm sure Spy Who Loved Me is going to look nice, but it's not like these graphics are spectacular. Well, I was going to say not these graphics, but you're not seeing any graphics. I'm looking at the Spectrum graphics. But even the Amiga version, it looks cool. It's got a lot of cool touches, but it's not like mind-blowing for 1989 or anything. Like, we still haven't reached the point where many of these... I think arguably this is the first one where looking at the game, it's like, damn, alright, this is sick. I feel like I'm in the Bond movie and it looks cool, every game so far that has had some aspect of that have been kind of, you know, with a little bit of an asterisk or a caveat to it. But I think Operation Stealth legit looks awesome. Seem to recall Spy Who Loved Me actually has sick graphics. Yeah, we'll see. You know, we'll see. I may be wrong. Not that there's anything wrong with the graphics in License to Kill, but I guess it's also about like the fact that you don't really get to see Bond in the game. Like, I don't know, think of something like Batman, you know? There weren't like a slew of computer games before we got to console games, but there were, you know, the first few games and everything. Imagine having played like 6 or 7 or 8 Batman games, and there's like hadn't been a single one that had like a cool Batman sprite or anything like that, right? Because Bond, like, we've barely seen Bond depicted on screen. He's either like 4 pixels, or he is a car, or both, or it's just text. Obviously Batman is maybe more visually distinct than James Bond, but still, like, having a character-based game where you don't really get to see the character, I think that's maybe what I'm thinking of more so than like the graphics being good, so to speak. Prepared to spam Poxy emotes. Yep. Plenty of that, I'm sure. After that, it's back to the Spectrum with the ZX Spectrum Plus 2 James Bond 007 Action Pack. Double feature of Lord Bromley's estate, Q's Armory, 2 light gun games for the ZX Spectrum. It's gonna be quite something. Spectrum action does not end there, though, because we also have the Slovakia exclusive James Bond Octopussy for the ZX Spectrum, released in 1992. This might be the height of inscrutability, but surely it'll also be the game where I expect absolutely no one to ever come in and chat and say, oh man, I remember playing this game, which makes it exciting in its own right. So we got a lot of good Bond action coming up. Before we get to Mission 8, The Spy Who Loved Me, we will have to schedule a watching of the film, which I'm not exactly sure when I will be able to squeeze in. That means that we will not be playing this on Monday. We'll probably take a little bit of a detour. We got some good progress on Bond, so we'll check in on something else. And I hope we'll be able to watch this film before at least Wednesday's stream. But if not, we'll take a slightly longer detour. I don't have a like super fixed schedule to when we're doing Bond and when we're doing other stuff. We're making, honestly, surprisingly rapid progress through the game list. It's not even 2023 yet, and we're already like 8 games in. So I was expecting this to take all or most of next year, and at this rate, we're kind of burning through these games. Not to say we'll keep the same pace. I'm sure some of these games might take us very long, but even so, I don't mind dipping in and out of this here and there. Just cancel Mario? No way. No way. But we'll get to that. Yes, indeed. More Bond coming up, and if you want updates on how we are scheduling this and when things are happening, do feel free to, I was gonna say follow my Twitter. I'm actually terrible at announcing any kind of stream related stuff on Twitter. I post whenever I go live, but that's about it. But I do have a Twitter, and you can follow that while Twitter's still around. But my Discord is probably the better place for updates, and the Discord is also where we do movie nights on Saturdays and occasionally other nights for extracurricular Bond activities. The apocalypse of FPS Bond will definitely slow things down. Yeah, I mean, I think we got a good momentum with this kind of stuff. We're gonna have games that are longer, games that are like I'm gonna be maybe less excited to dive right back into them. But the thing is too, like, even some of those games, yeah, we won't finish them in 3 hours 36 minutes, but they weren't necessarily being like 15-hour games either. But I guess we'll see. But for sure, like once we get to those kinds of games, like even like something like GoldenEye, I feel like I'm not going to finish that in like 2 or 3 streams. That's probably going to be like 10 streams. So we'll see. You know, I'm probably overestimating how quickly we'll get through this stuff, but it still feels weird to just blaze through these. I mean, especially since I am still spending several hours with each of them. I was expecting a lot of these early computer games to be stuff that I just like check out and then like dip in, you know, in 30 minutes or something, because they would be impossible. That hasn't really been the case. I'm happy to have spent more time with them, taking a thorough look, but I am spending more time than I expected. But even so, we're kind of burning through them pretty quickly. Yeah, but it's still, like, talking about a game being short, that might mean a, like, let's say a 6-hour campaign, but 6 hours campaign, when I'm talking to chat, is easily going to stretch to 8 to 9 hours. And that could stretch even further, depending on, like, again, just everything takes longer when I'm, like, it's funny how some games like this, streaming can force a sort of focus and determination, discipline even, of like getting through them, whereas anything that is like that is not a game that you try over and over until you complete it, but just like you sort of chip away at it, the stream aspect kind of just adds a layer of distraction and just makes everything take longer. So we'll see, but it's gonna be good fun anyway. Just need to continually distract me with more interesting topics leading into other topics of increasing complexity. Jumping from topic to topic. Quite hypnotic. These things are known to happen. That is true. No, I like a good non sequitur. Most of them are about 3 hours. I mean, that's... if you can take something like that at face value, which I don't think is necessarily the case. Anyway, I think we're about done with License to Kill, and I think I was actually able to start stream on time today, so I think I'm not going to overexert myself for the sake of it. I've been feeling a little bit stressed out lately, and I think part of that is down to not feeling like I have a lot of free time, so I'm gonna try not like deliberately cut down on streams, but at least not stream a bunch of extra hours just because I feel like I can. Try to take it a little bit easy. And yeah, I feel like there's been several Saturdays where we just started late, but we actually started on time today, so let's not go super late. But before we wrap up, of course, Mario was brought up. We are, in fact, watching a movie tonight, and we're not watching Bond, but we are watching the 1993 Super Mario Brothers movie, as voted by my Discord members. If you would like to join in on the fun, we are watching the movie starting at 9 p.m. Central European Time. And the link right here again if you want to hop in on the Discord. And why don't we check out the trailer for that film? Get people real excited. I'm pretty pumped. I haven't watched this in quite some time.
Where are we?
I got a feeling we're not in Brooklyn no more.
They're brothers. They're plumbers.
Oh no. Mario! Luigi!
They're on the trail.
Luigi!
of a kidnapped princess and a mystical meteorite.
It's incredible!
That gives anyone who possesses it the power to rule the universe.
Get me the rock! Come and get it, lizard breath!
Now, they must rescue the princess.
Alien species escaping.
And make
Dude, the
it
production
safely
sign in
back
this movie fucking owns.
to our world.
Are you alright?
Before time runs out.
Like, this is a very odd adaptation, but it's a pretty fucking sick movie.
Get him! Yes!
Like, even this trailer seems like
Mario Brothers. This ain't no game.
weirdly fucking avant-garde. And of course, we get the "This ain't no game" tagline. You're like contractually obliged to inform your customers that if you're basing something on a game, to make it explicitly clear that it is not a game. In fact, it ain't no game. But yeah, we're watching that in just under 3 hours, I guess. So if you are, or just over 3 hours rather. If that seems like a good time, do feel free to join my Discord. I'm excited myself. Am I watching the original version or the extended restored version? That's a good question. I'm pretty sure that the original version is what I have on hand, but you're making me curious to look into that real quick between now and then. You reminded me of its existence just now, so maybe we'll watch that version. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, it's if you haven't seen it, like, I think it's I mean, it's like, it's not like it's a it's an amazing movie that is like completely misunderstood and mistreated. It's like, it's a bit weird, and it's, you know, maybe not super great, but it's also, I think, certainly more weird than it is bad. It's a fun time, and like I said, the production design is really cool. It's got a lot of really interesting and nice practical effects, even some cool CG. A pretty fun cast for sure, and it's just, yeah, I mean, especially with time, like, the more time passes, the more strange it seems as an adaptation of the source material. But at the same time, like, there weren't that many things to go on when this was written, and there was no real template for this kind of thing. So I think, like, don't go into it with a narrow-minded view of what it should have been, but, like, appreciate it for what it is, and I think it's very easy to have a good time with it. Let's bring up some jams to see us out. Yeah, we'll see. I'll look into the extended cut thing. I'm curious, if nothing else, just kind of look up information about it. But presumably we will be watching the theatrical cut, I guess we'll call it. But yeah, today was a good stream. We managed. Not only did we complete License to Kill on the Amiga, we completed it on the Amstrad CPC and the ZX Spectrum. I could not have dreamed of that. Let me find out who else is streaming, so we can go send you guys on a nice little raid before we say goodbye. I will be back to stream on Monday. We will see what we do then. Maybe we will... I was gonna say something, but then I realized I don't have no fucking clue what we'll be doing. Maybe we'll play some video games on Monday. I think that's a safe bet. Let's see. Oh yeah, Grunt is doing some kind of a charity marathon kind of thing. I'm not too sure of the details. But that sounds like a good cause, and Grunt is a fun streamer. So let's go check out Grunt. Thank you very much to everybody hanging out. Got a whole bunch of subs So good contributions to the Q Branch Research Fund, and of course, just contributions to me and my stream in general. All greatly appreciated. Now, take care, everybody. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Have a nice rest of your weekend. I'll see you guys maybe for some Mario action on Discord tonight. Maybe on stream on Monday. Maybe some other time. But until then, take it easy. Thanks for watching.